He has also helped to shape many I should say many generations. multiple generations. Multiple generations of emerging professionals in the field. And then we're going to hear from Cynthia Brady, who has been leading on issues related to natural resources, peace and conflict and development for many years. She is currently a global fellow with my program at the Wilson Center, and previously served as USAID as a senior peacebuilding and conflict advisor, where she spearheaded the agency's technical work on environment, conflict, and fragility, and led the field support division of the Office of Conflict Management and Mitigation. Cynthia brings a keen understanding of the complexities of international aid and diplomacy and the connections between natural resources, security, and international development, and how we get this done on the ground. No pressure there. And then finally, we're going to hear from Karina Corostelina, who is a distinguished scholar and expert in conflict resolution. She's currently a professor and director of Peace Lab on reconciling conflicts and intergroup divisions, and of the program on history, memory, and conflict here at the Carter School for Peace and Conflict Resolution at George Mason. She's also vice president of the International Association for Reconciliation Studies. As a professor, researcher, and practitioner, Karina has dedicated her career to unraveling the complexities of intergroup conflicts and finding innovative ways to promote peace and reconciliation. She's authored 16 books and over 100 articles, and has been awarded 46 grants for her practice and research on psychological dimensions of conflict and fostering peace among diverse communities. So we've got a really fantastic start to this conversation. Ken, I'm going to ask you to start by kicking us off with how you define environmental peace building and how you've seen the field develop to where it is today.
Sure. Thank you. I do not recognize the slightly younger gentleman in the photo, and I definitely don't recognize the person in the description. Let me just first say it's really great to be in this room. These are always great learning opportunities. A day like this with just rich ideas. There was a time when I was a newly minted assistant professor 30 years ago, when you could have gotten the number of people who were interested in this theme into a small corner of this room and still have room for a few more. And so as we grumble today about the lack of statistical evidence, and as we complain appropriately about the need for greater intersectionality and gender sensitivity in this field, and all of this other griping that will inevitably happen, you know, you're not going to harsh my mellow, because 30 years ago, you couldn't even get people to engage in those conversations. So it's been really exciting, literally just in the last 4 or 5 years, to feel like a real community of practice exists for all the differences and all the different strands and so on. The Environmental Peacebuilding Association defines environmental peacebuilding. Environmental peacebuilding integrates natural resource management in conflict prevention, mitigation, resolution, and recovery to build resilience in communities affected by conflict. That's the same definition that's in the very good white paper on the future of environmental peacebuilding that I hope you have seen. And if you haven't, I would recommend taking a look, by Ollie Brown and Juliana Altman, which was released at the second International Conference on Environmental Peacebuilding in 2022. But you know, as they say, a camel is a horse that was designed by a committee, and that definition is a camel. And we've already seen a lot of people trying to crowd a lot of different things in, and so I think this camel has 3 humps, and I think they are related, but I think they're distinct. And whatever else we do, I hope we look both at the relationships, but also keep the distinctness in mind. The first hump is managing conflict risks around environmental change, natural resource extraction, and other forms of, you know, alterations of the natural world. Right? A good example of that sort of work would be the very good work that Search for Common Ground does with farmer and herder communities across the Sahel to manage the tensions that emerge, and increasingly in some cases are emerging around water and land use. The second hump is the idea that even if there are not such tensions, our socio-ecological interdependencies can be used proactively as peace-building opportunities, right? By strengthening trust, by exploiting shared interests, by working together on cooperative knowledge, by instilling habits of cooperation. by possibly softening conflict identities. Good example of that would be the work that organizations like Peace Middle East do, bringing together Jordanian, Israeli, and Palestinian youth to go out in the watershed and do some watershed science, and in the process discover, you like Beyonce? I like Beyonce. And there's a sort of a humanizing effect. And then, and there's, of course, got to be much more to it than that. One-off, week in the field, things don't really take. But if they're sustained, and if those folks end up working for the Israeli or the Palestinian water ministry, now you're doing something. Right? So that's the second hump. The third hump, and one that I think is increasingly important and probably doesn't get as much pride of place in this field as it deserves, is the need for greater conflict sensitivity in positive environmental and natural resource management processes, climate adaptation, the search for resilience, etc. So a good example of that sort of work is the very good toolkit that Conservation International, under Janet's leadership, has produced on environmental peace building. There are other strands as well. I think we're seeing a real rise in concerns with Ukraine and with Gaza around reversing the causal arrow entirely and looking at the environmental harm done by warfare and so on. I think that one's going to be coming back in a strong way. I just want to stress that there's overlap between these three domains. And we should be minding that overlap and not artificially separating them. But at the same time, they have distinct objectives. They tend to operate at different scales. Sometimes they require different forms of usable knowledge, and sometimes they try to trigger and catalyze different sorts of mechanisms. And so a little bit of conceptual clarity there, I think, will help us be more specific. The other thing I want to say just briefly, if I still got like 2 minutes, this is supposed to be lightning. I've already spilled coffee on my notes this morning, so, but I'll get through this. I want to, as somebody's coming from the academic side, I want to make just a couple of observations on the state of our knowledge. We've already seen this theme put into play. There's a really interesting tension in the comments already, because on the one hand, we see people saying, we need the evidence, we need the statistics, we've got to do the science, because that legitimizes, and we know how those mechanisms work, particularly people involved in funding and practice, they know how it's about legitimacy, and that's how that works. We've also heard a series of comments that say we need to lead by following, we need to be sensitive to communities, we got to think about intersectionality, we've got to sort of hear those voices. I'm not saying that's a contradiction, but it is a tension, and we have to work with that tension. For most of its lifetime, this field, scholarship in this field, knowledge in this field, has chased practice, looking for data. When Jeff DeBelco and I and a couple of other people did that book, Environmental Peacemaking, in 2002, the response was, nice ideas, prove it. And our initial glib response to that was, well, you try it, and we'd be happy to study it. We're just suggesting that this is something worth trying. But that wasn't going to last. And so I went to the UN Environment Program and started looking at some of their post-conflict studies that they were doing in that period, the post-conflict disaster management branch, because there was actual data there. There were actual attempts to work with some of these sorts of ideas. And because of a lack of funding in the field, that's the way for most of its history, people have, it's starting to change now, but that's the way people have actually found information and data. That means we have a very uneven growth in our understanding. There's a really great meta-analysis that Mackenzie Johnson and colleagues did. It was published in World Development in 2021. 79 post-conflict environmental peace building case studies. Analyze mechanisms. There's a lot of we do have some knowledge, and it's studies like that that have generated for us. Also, a lot of interesting information about failures and unintended consequences in that work that also needs to be attended to. But there's a reason why there were 79 post-conflict case studies. It's an easier space to study than hot conflict. UN Environment Program had a mandate for peace building, didn't have a mandate for conflict prevention. So a lot of what we know is very, very uneven through that process. That's worth keeping in mind today as climate change drives the bus. And everybody's suddenly interested in one of those three humps around how do we make climate adaptation conflict sensitive and so on, right? So now as then, it's a combination of scholars' access to studying difficult spaces and the concerns of policy that dominate what we know about. And we have to be very careful here. Colin Hendricks did a very interesting study of the so-called streetlight effect on basically social science of climate impacts in Africa. And essentially, there's been more work on Kenya and South Africa than the rest of sub-Saharan Africa combined. Why? Big international airports, English spoken, robust civil society, space for research, good university system. We really lack studies of Francophone Africa, even though conflict scholars will tell you that status as a British versus French former colony is a predictor for risk of civil war. We lack studies of landlocked places, we lack studies of French places. So there's a really interesting tension here between what we need to validate and to understand versus the sense of urgency that we all feel to act. Not a contradiction, but an important tension. A couple of years ago, the International Studies Association just happened to meet 4 blocks from my home in Baltimore. Only time that will ever happen in my life. So I had a big workshop, and the goal was to introduce senior scholars to younger scholars who wanted to work in this field. The big polarization in that workshop, a really good event, was not senior versus junior. It was people who wanted to step back, do the science, and not have their scholarship polluted by the initiatives of policy, which was about half the room, versus the people who felt that the only way we would generate useful knowledge was by following the practical community of practice, observing it, studying it, and engaging with it. I think the answer to that question is more nuanced than simply embedded on the one hand versus arm's length on the other hand. But I think it is a real challenge, and I hope we'll keep that in mind as well. So that challenge, 3 distinct humps. To me, those are 2 things we can hang on to as a conversation.
Thank you, Ken. I think it seems like thinking about Nicole's sort of discussion about how the Belmont Forum operates, there seems to be a lot of opportunities in the structure of the Belmont Forum's process to address some of the challenges that you mentioned, including like the streetlight effect. Okay, so we're going to move to Cynthia now. So Cynthia, does how Ken talked about environmental peace building jive with what your experience has been working at USAID, at the State Department previous to that? And if you could share some lessons from your work in terms of how we take this forward.
Okay, so it is always a pleasure to follow my friend and colleague Ken, who has such brilliant insights, and it's totally overwhelming. He's so charismatic and really compelling. So thanks for warning everybody and giving me the tough show to follow. He's been doing this for so long. He does such a great job of aggregating and turning things into a really accessible, digestible piece that you follow on. Like Ken, though, I would observe, I'm really thrilled to be here with all of you today, and that there is a funding group like the Belmont Forum whose interest in this topic is amazing. My master's degree is actually in environment and security, and I created it at a completely interdisciplinary university. It did not exist as a field of study, and I'm looking at certain contemporaries of mine for whom that would also be true. And I'm not that old. And my own university now has a master's in environmental security, and these types of things have just evolved so quickly. I started working at the State Department on climate change, and I came over to USAID, and I was definitely one of the few people that was working on these issues at that time, and it has just really evolved so much so quickly, which is a real great thing to see, and I look forward to the conversation today. Okay, so one of our tasks at the outset was to offer our definition of environmental peace building. So here's mine. In its broadest sense, environmental peace building can be defined as the sustainable management of natural resources before, during, or after conflict, emphasizing the potential for environmental governance, especially cooperative governance between conflict actors to support peace and stability. There are a couple of things I like about that. I like very much that it is focusing on both latent sources of grievance before they manifest as conflict, during hot conflict, following conflict, and acknowledging that these are all cycles of violence that wax and wane over time and generally do not just disappear. And for anyone who knows me, I say governance so many times in whatever I'm talking about. It is so central. Yes, I am a conflict and peace building person, so governance is so critical. To be honest, though, I had to look that up. I stole that particular definition from Florian Crumvig at Sidbury, from a paper that he wrote, which was really good. Definitions absolutely have value, but I tend to be more focused on the application of the concept as a development person. And I also found a great quote from the same paper that Ken referenced on the futures of environmental peace building. And I would say that in my day-to-day work, what environmental peace building really means is what was articulated in that paper, focusing on how people can live together more peacefully while equitably sharing resources. And the idea of environmental peace building brings a real intentionality to that idea that I like. So when I first showed up in the development field 15 to 20 years ago as a conflict practitioner, the idea of conflict as a dimension of development was really new. And we, as an office, were knocking on a lot of doors, trying to convince people that this was an issue that we could and should take on in our work. We really had to get ourselves a seat at a lot of different development tables. But do you know what I almost never, ever had to explain or justify to anyone? It was that the environment and natural resources were an inherent part of every single conflict we worked on. Every single conflict. I never, ever met anyone in any of those conversations who pushed back against that idea, and the opposite was almost always true. Everyone was leaning forward because development practitioners are fundamentally very pragmatic people. And even if they didn't sort of explicitly understand all of these particular dynamics, they absolutely intuitively understood the importance of water, land, valuable minerals, energy to the work that they were trying to do. And they understood why those issues were almost always a part of the competition and contestation that they were dealing with in their respective development work. I would say likewise, a lot of the sectoral efforts in development that were focused on promoting environmental goals were, I think, kind of regularly in places where USAID at least was working, were kind of regularly stymied by the reality of trying to work in a place that was affected by the dynamics of conflict and fragility and political dysfunction. So again, for a development practitioner, all of this just kind of makes sense. And you don't necessarily need a definition to help you understand that so much as you need a way to figure out how to address it more coherently in the work that you're doing. As a person who was focused on peace building, I often came across environmental peace building more practically from the perspective of my job trying to resolve really entrenched conflicts, which were often cloaked in ideas of things like ethno-religious nationalism. And very quickly you discover that land rights and access to resources and maybe a funding stream from something like the sale of illegal timber were all underlying it. So not that one or the other is necessarily primary, but they're all a part of the picture. And I would say also at the same time, gosh, yeah, I was often working with people across the development sector who were focused on environmental goals like biodiversity conservation or something like a glacial lake outburst early warning system, who realized that they couldn't get that done if they didn't pause and do things like build social cohesion, trust among the community, among communities that they were working with. So they would have to sort of back up a little bit and do the conflict work before you could even get to the technical work. I would say these things in the work that I did were almost always, is a fair percentage, almost always intertwined. And the problem that I see is that we very often didn't try to address them intentionally from the outset. We kind of stumbled on them. And then you try to tackle them as you go. And I think that that was commonly, unfortunately, due to funding parameters and technical silos, which define how we did decide to implement things at the outset. And we're going to spend a lot of time discussing how to tackle that today. Okay, right, so the real work in the field. I was really fortunate to work on a lot of different programs that had components of environmental peace building in them, whether or not they were defined that way. And as a lot of you know, there is almost no money for peace building, and there is even less money for environmental peace building. So I'm talking of really small microcosm programs that are labeled as environmental peace building. And yet I worked on so many programs that did have environmental peace building in them, which I think gives us a huge pool from which to draw experience moving forward. So I was just going over these things in preparation for this conversation, and I thought, oh my God, I could list these all day long. Water resource sharing in the Middle East and the Caucasus, improving land tenure and property rights in East Timor, encouraging private sector engagement with responsible mining in the Democratic Republic of Congo, addressing water quality issues in the Andes and Peru, enhancing climate resilience in Ethiopia, and ensuring things like natural resource-based sustainable livelihoods for reintegrated ex-combatants in places as diverse as the Philippines, Uganda, Sierra Leone, Sri Lanka. All of these things have very strong environmental peace building components. And instead of talking in detail about any one of those programs, I thought, what could I offer as a few maybe reflections for the rest of today's conversation? And here's what I came up with. The first is that we definitely need to focus a lot more on understanding resilience, not just risk. We have to look for where the strengths are, the abilities to cope, to adapt, and to recover alongside of vulnerability. They coexist everywhere. And we do a really good job of looking for the risks and a very poor job of understanding what actually constitutes resilience. And as a colleague who was sitting over here mentioned this morning, how we define it from the outside is often a real limitation. And instead, enabling and eliciting from those who are living it is so helpful to our cause. And it is something that we need to work much harder at doing. And it will really help us understand what constitutes resilience and to not ruin it by accident with our good intentions, but also to be able to elevate it in ways that have real practical meaning for the improvement and progress against these risks. An example I would offer from the work Lauren and I have been doing a lot of lately is climate-related migration, which is a really effective coping strategy when planned for, and it can really help keep the peace. Well-designed climate adaptation investments are absolutely key to managing competition over scarce resources that could otherwise cause or contribute to conflict. I think the real key is just paying attention to local context and being aware that the nature of systems is dynamic and interconnected, and it's always changing. So you can't take your eye off of that evolution and think you solved it. And the other key is really being able to utilize the entry points where you find them, not where your funding stream told you to look. Yeah, okay. Second main point, institutions matter a lot. Where institutions are strong, adaptable, and responsive, stresses and shocks can be managed. And on the other hand, when you have corrupted or failing institutions, the added pressures from environmental degradation threatens livelihoods, or where a climate-induced disaster hits, for example, it can overwhelm a system, exposing political weakness, and those shocks are often used by conflict entrepreneurs in places affected by conflict as a way of actually creating social fractures. So conscientiously building resilient institutions that are able to adapt and manage environmental change in ways that are considered effective and legitimate by the people they serve is really critical for this peace building enterprise. Third, for all of the practical people among you out there, this will resonate. The how is important as the what. And sometimes it shouldn't be called peace building. So first, I mean, in my work, for everything from the way you ask questions to constitute a team of people asking the questions, to interpreting the answers to those questions, to building programs, to deciding who your beneficiaries will be, where the funding stream comes from, who gets to benefit, who doesn't, what time of day does the program happen, what season does it happen in, on and on and on, who is at the table, and how they are elevated or not, or privileged or not, all has so much to do with the peace building component of all of this. And I would say that very often the success of these programs will hinge as much on the how you do it as whether you're tackling the right water resource management question or not. So that's important. And the part about not always calling it peace building makes it tough to do some of what the first question asked us to do. How do we make this a distinct, fundable, trackable, measurable area of work at the same time that working in conflict affected environments means you very often can't or shouldn't talk about things in such an explicit way. Rather, you should be talking about water resource management for the purpose of shared and equitable resource use, not for the purpose of trying to build social cohesion or address reconciliation issues. You can inadvertently provoke a lot of unfortunate outcomes by doing so. So you, again, pay attention to local context and have to be aware of how and when different components of this environmental peace building paradigm will serve the
I
interest.
think we might have to save your last lesson
Okay,
for.
I can't believe I out-talked my time. Okay, that's it.
I can think of a lot of things. Good. Okay, so Karina, you're coming at this from a slightly different perspective as somebody who's focused on peace and conflict, and thinking about memory and how and relationships and how I would like to hear more from your perspective on how
Okay.
this fits in.
Thank you very much, and it's such a pleasure to have all of you. I want to extend welcome, the same as our dean, to our room. And you see this open view here. I want to make it metaphoric. Let's have more open views here too. Before I speak, let me ask you a simple question. Is grass green? Oh, don't give me this like answer. Okay, it's spring, May, rainy. Is grass green?
Yes, yes.
And you think I will ask you this question if I want you yes? Who can bring me physics 101? What is the color? What is the color?
Color is light.
Yes, it's particular wave coming into our brain and transforming into color green. So in this process, what is the content and what is the form? What is the content? What is the form? Content of this process is the wave, which is coming into your brain and transform into form of green. Exactly the same way, social environment, function, all this complexity, which we talked about here, come into our brain and transformed into functioning of particular social categories, which we use as a groups, as identities, and institutions, and so on. How they function together. Imagine a river, where human agency, it's a river which flows because institutions as a banks tell it where to flow. But river have agency to change the banks and change institutions. So when we talk about conflict dynamics, just the idea that we're talking, oh no, institutions more important or not identities and groups more important, it's just not something that helps to understand conflict dynamics, right? We really need to talk them together. Now it brings me to the main point which I want to bring here. How do we collaborate? And thank you for what you stressed, that you really want real transdisciplinary activity. Here at Carter School, we learn how to do it because, as our dean told, we come from very different disciplines and we work together. But and we also academics, because each of us, I done work in 20-something countries, working with communities, in addition to in between writing books, doing other stuff. So that's what help us if you really have to have a dialogue, deep dialogue. How I see the field, thank you, Ken, for bringing your people. I would really like you to imagine, for me, it's like continuing from peace building, deep peace building work to deep environment. In between, there are multiple forms of it. How we bring the dialogue? The problem is what I found. when people claim we do multidisciplinary work, they pick some concepts, these quick ideas from other fields, apply them without really deep dialogue. And what you need is really deep dialogue. Ken and I spent months together in Bellagio, not Las Vegas, in real Bellagio, as a Rockefeller Writers College. I worked as a fellow, also I was a fellow at Woodrow Research Center. So this is the way where you have the spaces where we can speak and collaborate. And this is what I really want to stress from here, that deep, and then we speak about environmental peace building, it means deep dialogue between those who work in these areas. Transdisciplinarity means deep engagement and understanding of epistemology, ontology, practice. So, and this is where I think we're still missing, and this is where the great opportunities come up. Just to give you several, I outlined 7, 8 areas where I believe there are a lot of opportunities. And just to give you an example, let's start with the idea of conflict prevention and conflict early warning. This is what you stress about. There are a lot of ideas coming from genocide studies, coming from, I myself work in social identity conflict, creating early warning models for identity conflict. There are a lot of work done on this particular area, which could be useful for environmental peace building, coming with a systemic approach. What are major triggering points? What are major ideas there that we can bring into the discussion? Second very important point coming from understanding of how we do identity and conflict management and any ways of conflict transformation. Again, we have multiple tools. We have a center which Jeff represents here now at school of better evidence project. How do we measure what works, what doesn't work? And this is again where we can enhance environmental peace building by bringing this measurements and thinking, critical thinking of how we measure success and how we deal with that. Next, we speak about the idea of inclusive peace. And this is where we as a field develop multiple ways how to engage governance, social cohesion, engagement with communities, community work. And unfortunately, what I found, and now I lead the project with the State Department, it's really a project to assess contact theory. Everyone knows contact theory, right? Yeah. Everyone tells, it doesn't work. This is the only theory which actually basically function and how we engage with communities, and it doesn't work. So our task was really and continuous, which I just submitted 2 days ago, 100-page report, second report. This time analyzing 65 projects which use contact theory in governments and conflict prevention and conflict management. And there are a lot of complexities which are there. We found the whole repertoires of tools, repertoires of theories of change, which mechanism, which work and help, which are not used. There are a lot of literature out there which show how to address, for example, complexity between collective action and tolerance, which is have completely different mechanisms. And we know how to do it. So let's bring this into such practices of environmental peace building because we build. The next area is complexity of peace process. Again, we just, between Al, Jeff, me, and Margot, we just completed analysis of comparative analysis of 15 peace processes. From my side was analyzed identity part of it, how identity used. But what we found in this comparative analysis, if we are not dealing with environment, peace processes are not sustainable. and how we can use them. What I already stressed is very important part, but we can bring the whole idea how to systemically approach. We develop bridge model for dealing with peace processes, how we bring this knowledge into the peace and peace building, environmental peace building. Resilience. Thank you very much for bringing this. This is a super important thing, which I believe really bringing us outside of the security issue into the common production of knowledge. I myself, as a practitioner, hate wealth empowerment. I use co-production of knowledge and co-production of action. Example, one of my recent books, which completed based on here in backyard, like in Washington, D.C., analyzing resilience of marginalized communities in Washington, D.C., which exactly applied this way. We went to communities together with my students and we just start working with them, design projects, design from the very, very background. How do we study resilience? Result came as a 4C model, 4-loop model of resilience, which show how communities and people develop resilience practices and how they change for them conflict dynamics, how they change external resources, how they change community capacities, and how they change dynamic of identity and power within communities. And this is something which, again, can be extremely useful for that. And I know time, like, I think two more things. I promise, two more things. I think another one very important issue is reconciliation, so close to my heart. We just had conference in Rwanda discussing how actually environment was really foundational for community reconciliation in Rwanda. Don't take me wrong. I mean, we really should not be fooled with success of Rwanda, because we know it's very autocratic system where one particular group prevail over others, silencing any alternative voices. Yes, if we look at this critical approach on government level, but if we look into communities and we talk to people there, they actually did reconcile, and what they did, and in many cases, environmental concerns were very important. And cross-border concern, I was speaking to women who work across Congo, Rwanda area, and how they work and taking environmental issues very seriously and bringing them together. And finally, I think what is important is post-conflict reconstruction, which we are working now in the factory school now on Ukraine, where post-conflict reconstruction is economic repair, social repair, but also ecological repair. Can stress that this is very important way how we will deal with, for example, Ukraine, where entire ecology is affected. And it's not only wildlife, but it's a land, it's an air, it's water, it's everything is affected, targeted or as a result. So this is why there are a lot of ways, again, how we can collaborate, and what I want to encourage one more time. All the projects should include deep dialogue and understanding what we know from what ways and where these bridges can be built in everything, from epistemology to methodology to practices and to theory. Thank you.
How many minutes?
8 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to ask first, Ken, if you have any reflections since you went first. Okay, then we will go out to the crowd. Yeah, I know, and I will call on you because I know a number of you are doing a lot of relevant work in this space. So, but we'll start by asking for volunteers for a comment, reflection, or question. Okay, then I'm going to call on you. Pagan and Quealy, I know that USIP has been supporting a lot of work on monitoring and evaluating environmental peace building. Am I correct on that?
We've been funding Carl.
Okay, but let's talk about how the why you're funding it, right? There has been a gap in sort of taking that sort of more direct approach to really assessing the impact of environmental peace building and how effective it is. And so could you talk a little bit about how you identify that as a priority for your funding?
You know, in all honesty, Lauren, that was identified before we came on board. And it evolved out of a call for proposals that we did on environmental peace building a few years ago. I think at that stage, the U.S. Institute of Peace had recognized that environmental issues were cropping up more and more in peace building efforts. And there was kind of a sense of, we don't know where to go yet. So let's begin by helping build the evidence base and beginning to, at least for ourselves, begin to structure our own thinking around the field. And at the time, we all still struggle with the lack of evidence. There was, I think, even less consolidation of existing evidence about what was working and what was not. We didn't have ways, for example, at USAID to report well on the progress, because as everybody up here has recognized, these are very complex efforts that are built into many complex systems and issues. And so it's hard to say, okay, this particular thing had this impact. The causal line is often not direct. But I think what was decided at USIP, and I came on board soon after this grant started, and I've really appreciated these efforts, was kind of an effort to consolidate what we know, to try to put some structure around what we know. It evolved into an effort to start trying to piece out specific theories of change that we could clearly articulate. And in a sense, it was an effort to help us structure our thinking, recognizing that that's an imperfect process and will continue to evolve. But it helps when you're trying to explain what you're doing and why. And it helps when you're talking to funders, talking to communities at a variety of different levels, as long as there's still a recognition that these are imperfect definitions and imperfect structures. But I do think that this work has been really important for all of us within the community to better begin to talk about the impact of efforts and to begin to be able to say, these are some pathways for potential action. Yeah.
And shameless promotion on Thursday, the monitoring and evaluation toolkit will launch at 9 a.m.
Can I just add one thing to that? Because Ken brought it up in his presentation where he mentioned the importance of including conflict sensitivity in our approaches, because as you think, unfortunately, we can't be so naive as to assume that a well-intentioned environmental peacebuilding program is a normative good. You do have to measure the impact of these things, and therefore you need metrics by which to do it.
Yeah.
So great, thank you very much. Very uplifting, and I like the idea of the continuum of that. It aligns a lot with what Conservation International has done. And we do have a lessons learned report that we put out. I have little cards if anyone wants to find me. We were part of a global environmental facility meeting yesterday, the science technical panel, which, you know, there was that evaluation done. Like, yeah, they're working in conflict areas. They're still really, really hesitant to go all in though, right? They think it's like an added thing you have to do. So how do we convince them that it's not? It's really fundamental to our outcomes. Like, what are we gonna do? Because they're really hesitant still.
Janet, what's the day? Is it the Jeff?
The Global Environmental Facility, which is putting their money through what, 15 organizations, UN Environment Program, UN Development Program, Conservation International, World Wildlife, like we're doing it, but they're really hesitant still. So I'm just wondering what compelling argument can we come with? You gotta look at the root causes, right? That's what we say. But there's still that hesitancy there. So I'm wondering how do we overcome it? And I'm sure the toolkit will help. right? That's like one way to overcome it, but.
Do you have a sense of where the hesitancy comes? Is it just too much? It's like
Oh,
another
they had
thing to do?
8 presentations yesterday that were like, this is great, we need to be doing this, you know, FAO and GIZ, and we're still not gonna put out guidance, like, agency-wide. At least that was my sense of being.
Sorry, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So do you believe that the hesitancy is to do environmental peacebuilding work, or the hesitancy is to do straight up environmental work?
Environmental peace building and conflict sensitivity.
Huh.
We were making the conflict sensitivity argument yesterday, and so was FAO.
And they're still hesitant about.
Right, we use
that.
FAO's videos in the course that Carl and I teach, right? They're in conflict sensitivity, this works, but there's still hesitancy. And you guys just gave this like great panel presentation, like I'm all in, right? But how do we convince others?
But in regards to just any of the work, irregardless of conflict elements,
Yeah, I mean,
in conflict affected areas.
we work in 35 countries, and some of them are considered post-conflict, and some of the ones we're working with, we have active conflict going on right now. Some of our staff have been kidnapped, or threatened to be kidnapped in a country that's not in conflict zone, right?
Well, how you define conflict too.
Yeah,
That's right.
exactly, right?
I have a reflection from the researcher's perspective on something that Cynthia said, and it might tie into what you're just mentioning as well, which is, and that resonates very much with my own experience, it's like not labeling something as conflict or not labeling something as peace, because communities would say like, you don't have conflict, or like,
Yeah.
you know, things like that. And it could be that, and that's something that I've heard often, is that the engineers, the people that work at the front line of doing that environmental peace building work, they don't want it to be diluted with politics, and they want to keep it technical, right? And often that's easier, although maybe we can say that's problematic as well. But it might be easier to keep it at this technical level of thinking about where the water resources are, et cetera, without talking about the politics, without talking about peace and conflict, right? So in a way, it might be a strategy to say, let's not put these labels on it, and let us just do the work. Now, for me as a researcher, thinking about funding, of course, that does add a challenge, because then how do I tell it to those that do want to finance environmental peace building work, right? Speaking two different languages, on one hand to my research, the community that I work with, and then to the funders, makes it a bit of an issue of transparency that, you know, I wouldn't feel very comfortable engaging in, to have two different types of vocabularies. So I don't know, I'm just grappling with this, but I hear this kind of resonate with what's been said earlier, and maybe something that we could talk about more.
Yeah, that was very sort of provocative as well, and I'm also proposing lots of questions and no answers. But you know, you started talking about governance. Governance is something I spend a little bit of time thinking about, and I think one of the challenges I would love to hear folks' opinions on over the course of the day is this tension that exists when you're trying to, you know, when you're working in some countries and, you know, you really want to help support this, you know, national level center, local communication between the national government and the local government. But then I'm always going in from sort of a participatory standpoint from the community perspective, and then connecting them with local officials as well. And that's all really important, and creating these laws and frameworks and signatory agreements. And that's all very important. But I also have been thinking about, you know, how much do we also want to think about these communities being able to divorce themselves a little bit from that? Because what happens is, you know, with the administration turnovers, or it's very volatile, or, you know, the ministers keep changing every 5 minutes, and then the new government comes in. And so when you're depending on these initiatives, first of all, there's the donor project timeline, and then the donor money goes away problem, right? But even if it's completely sort of taken on board by the government, by the state itself, that when it's this topic, you know, in that climate security space, sort of writ large, is still quite dependent on political will in any given context in terms of long-term implementation. So what is the extent that we might want to think about the relationship between communities and government, rather than, you know, just a little, like, 1 degree of separation where there's a good flow of communication, but they're not actually dependent on governments to sustain over the long term. I don't know if that's very clear.
Yeah, I mean, that we had done some research on Northern Central America and climate security, and that was a big topic, right? Is how recognizing that it's gonna be at least a couple generations before, just given the corruption of the current government, right? So how do you ensure that you're supporting local communities, but not undermining governance? But skirting it, I don't know. So.
This is like river, slow river moving.
Just a drop of water.
Yeah, exactly.
How are we?
We need to move to a.
Okay,
break.
well, hopefully that sparks some good thoughts for the rest of the day. I know there was a lot of good discussion and questions, so thank you very much. And thank you for preparing.
So we can break now for, we're gonna work on this. Work on the audio, but we'll break now for 10 minutes for coffee. And when you come back in, please take a look at the dot on your name tag and find the appropriate table. You can leave your stuff where it is. You will be able to move stuff around later. But we are going to be breaking into groups for the next 2 activities. Okay.
How do we know which table?
I'll put out.
Oh, you're
the marker.
okay. Thank you.
He's got little folders.
Okay, okay, good.
Still fine. That's fantastic, guys.
So, I mean, I'm not, and I work with. It was so wonderful.
Yeah, well, that's good.
I'm going to again, I'm not ready to yet. because it's 10 minutes to go.
Alrighty.
So basically, I was thinking of the early stage. Oxford District Days and Publishing, so it'll be out next year, and I'm a little ashamed to apply before I have to show them from below. But it's a point, yeah, yeah. But yeah, I think if you're talking about it, you mentioned it now, that you're.
Right?
It's perfect,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I would know though, I mean, it's great, the number of events. You can actually see someone small rural village with nothing but their phone.
Yeah.
And they're able to.
Realistically.
The Marshall Islands, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's interesting idea. There's also the workshop, as well. If I do it. Realistically, I'm a year or two away. My wife would love to be back, I know that.
I've learned I really can. Right, like I was.
I mean, I'm not. It's a great idea, but the timeline is gonna be. I'm thinking about the wall this year. So. In a year, I'll be much more open to applying than you'd be now. But I like the idea. There's a new, there's a new leadership structure there, the long time person. I've been reviewing, we can do that. Yeah, I don't do it every year. My wife's not, my wife and I was just like every other year. But And I just did it this summer. Actually, I wasn't overwhelmed. So, you know, they're probably looking for good ideas.
But I went to her event that she'll have. Whatever, and then that's tomorrow. Yeah,
I'm mostly.
And I'm in a, and I'm a, international science foundation, so. Yeah. Years later. And you just see where all of the fellows have landed, right, like in their career. And so here that, and we're seeing, and we had, and we, while I was telling people that they should launch these fellowships for like, I don't know, not even 10 years, we had them, but they killed them after, you know, at least it, well, it paused it. And paused it for funding. I'm gonna get more. Rental ladies too, but it started again, but yeah, this is one of those things that the AAA scholarships, and I think have been huge success. I mean, in leadership, in the policy spaces, right? I mean, they started with in Latin America, there's definitely science technology and policy development. And actually, I think it's one of those, you know, those ways that you're really bringing science into those policy spaces and some of those places where there is a lot more volatility. Like those, those some of those really rare scientists are being brought into.
You've done that.
I realized like I think. Oh, I know.
Visual things.
Yeah. I know.
So like many, it's probably like many people in my PhD process, there was a point at which I was like, okay, let's make my field, let's do the shit. And the funding is really, really bad. And I actually, so, my PhD, I decided that I just needed to explore what non-academic options look like. And so I just went on like this crazy, I started a newsletter on this. So I started just doing relational interviews for my newsletter. And then, yeah.
But I'm doing school even before she started doing it.
But I think it's only I first ended up in the private sector, so I actually did my PhD, I got a job in a small company and doing studying those neuroscience to microbiology. And I was developing rapid, that's actually good. Rapid, well, and we were in the ICT area, biological sciences. Both investors, half the staff, I was one of those. One of the, they knew a lot about the chief engineer, obviously, amazing job with the British government. And you should apply for the like one more side.
Luckily, she doesn't like this either, but she's eyeing like seriously going for
and so I felt over I capped out on I like how to get in build them 5 years like right this one is like well good luck like I usually and like you're having a right now of course words competitive and then you know because right so I just started applying to all of the jobs that were not in luckily I have it's very high to my and so I ended up being So when everyone is talking about systems, I like everything in different guys. The sooner we understand this. So I worked there for a couple of years on this position to come up with something. Again, so like shifting as like. What's worse? And so it's like study this every day, doing fun things.
Yeah.
People that are well. And all of you things also. I French Canadian English. I don't read it much, so I also had really and so like all of these different life experience about how all of this is because I'm working with residents in the context of the all the things I want to move forward.
Because it really makes us feel like we needed it. Yeah, that's it.
Separating myself from I put all my time for like and that that's rejected.
Was like,
Yeah.
never interesting to like, I wonder if I was like, no interest in going back, and now I've got excuse. Also, it's funny, because we have this fellowship where I started once past, so we're going with that, so we're gonna go to Chicago one day, and I'm like, perfect, I checked the box, I don't have to like deal with all the stuff around it. So I'm going like Sunday, and like, I'm supposed to come back to college Saturday. Yeah, and it took me from the time to be home, right? Like, yeah, okay, good. Well, that's good.
We had a board meeting. I had a boss on this all day, and I just need to hire somebody who's an anthropologist. I'm like, that's all you people who are. It's much more than
right? So I, but it's self-living.
Okay, are you, well,
But it's like, lots of options, you never expect this.
well, they, well, like, I'm so sorry.
like the fact that I know every single people was good at that.
Oh, actually, I thought about that this morning. I was like, oh, I think it was. Because some of them, I policymakers is that switch to game. They don't think back at it. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I just thought that we were like, I don't really do that. Well, I'm also teaching. Yeah. So I do like. Oh, okay. And so I need to see some before I have like individual. Okay. Yeah. Also the level that is right? All the okay. I don't know what I can
Yeah, yeah. On the great opportunities when you get to sort of teach and like. I taught science policy in the University of Ottawa for 100 years. And when I taught that, it was really like, this guys are right there. But that's not what you're getting. This conversation, he's a friend of the school, we're gonna talk about it. And you are all reading it, the, yeah. You know, it's lots of beautiful, and they talk about generalities. But like I said, that sounds like so you didn't get this, like, it wasn't like a focus, right? And so, yeah, there's like links to that side of it. But I do. But, yeah. And I'm just like, and I like, she was everything. Well, it's great that you ended up in geography. But I just like on it and like after pretty early in my career, currently like the University of Ottawa, and I sat down and he was running a like not for profit single thing in Ottawa, and you were talking about.
Otherwise, let's go to our team.
And then I would see, like, eventually maybe wanting to back up time.
There's no group of people harder to corral.
You know, when I give it a workshop, I don't think that's the most. And there's
Estering.
Imagine, like,
Yes, yes. No.
From the Department of Geography, from the but it's not on that, advise more and so I'm working with that, but also have the idea of action and so we can put them into places, and yeah, that's just, I imagine I should funny a little bit more.
So please find the table that matches your name tag. Table 1, red is up here. Table 2 in the front. Table 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 total. Red is here. Yeah, yeah, no. Purple. We move around, if we need extra chairs, we can bring them around. we have any lopsided groups, we can shuffle, did have a few absentees. As you get settled, please find our Google folder. You can scan here to find it again if you need to. We're going to be working in the subfolder called 2, Plenary Small Groups.
My heart is your better half. You really want to keep that, you know, nothing. Our best friend, but.
All right, are we situated at our tables by color? Almost. Getting there? Okay, so if you're following along in the agenda, we're at the 10:30 a.m. session, so we're running about 43 minutes behind, but that's okay. We're gonna truncate this one a little bit. The idea here is in your small group, first, if you haven't already, you want to introduce yourself to one another. And there should be a facilitator at your table who can help you work through the questions that you see in the agenda and that you'll see within the documents that we have shared here. The folder, this is our overall folder. We're working in the subfolder number 2. When you open that, you'll see table 1, table 2, table 3, table 4, table 5, table 6, table 7. One document for each table. Okay, so please open the document that is appropriate to your table. This is going to be where you capture your thoughts about setting priorities for EP. Okay? Oops, sorry, Erica. Getting ahead of myself. Let me actually just open it for a second. We go to this folder here because we're in session 2, and then plenary table 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So table 1, I'm going to pick on you guys. I'm going to open it up. Everyone's file looks the same. Are there any questions? Feels like we're already off the break. Everybody good? 25 minutes is all we have. Then we're going to move on to funding.
Well, I was saying, we don't, I don't. You want to work I'm fine with that, or I think it's.
I suppose there's you know, how to, when I'm not being by searching for info. And then go back. Working on places, the next week of here. Very much like. I'm thinking that get back to Talking about.
Oh, sure.
First thing for my wife is this entire project over there. I find salad to go ahead. It's the one.
But I think we talked about it at the end. One, whether he is focusing on how you different of it. Because that is.
Yeah.
So that's
narrow that down.
I need to know.
I think water.
So, that task. Challenges here are, first, what's your name? Second, what's your outcome?
Well, yeah. I didn't. No,
If they're, 25 years archival. One of these things out of that work. Well, we want to see a few projects like X or Y. Just you have your outcome of this. Some of those projects are start up, some of them are string of that, three prior failures. The first thing you have to be very careful about what is that?
I think.
A lot of value in project. Public case, project level, too obvious. Really believe what you're saying, but it's basically asking for this dynamic element that we need to study. And then what's the bigger of analysis? So, I was making a pitch for specific unit, just to like, really kind of sharply.
So what do you think?
a lot of people say, they make an optimistic assumption that if you can get extra liars in place, good things will happen. So there's a fuzziness within the mechanism. So you need capacity building, and that's one of the, that's what I think is about a lot. Capacity building into. So it's capacity building the outcome you're trying to achieve. So it's going effective team building. Or is building capacity. By which you get. I think a lot of it's just because we're a lot of things, you have analysis of building from there, now studying here, which is great. There's a lot of conflation. So the simple message would be really clear about what project is a set of social relationships. And then we need to think. I think a lot of people are going for like an ultimate outcome. If you look at it,
I like all of the things. Yeah, and I think that's kind of it, right? You can't have the single unit of measure on everything that you do in a field. Because outcomes are production of part of it that I was thinking about, is the problem of conservation. I feel like one of the how do you like provide the narrative and once people are intuitive and understand the importance of work and housing will require a certain number of trained experts on your staff for whatever it is, project design, or monitoring that. Agency or organization enforcement of location of population and not that you don't they don't know and beyond not knowing how to some understanding and as that will ever be, it's like definitely move toward
like in the.
That's not an out. It's over. Part of one. One of my wow. The victory was that years of effort in the this is what I'm going because I watched you go to work. So the mandate once the leaves apart, It also requires organization. Make that connection. How.
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody fine.
Evidence is great. We always go to the. They try to be straight and the money that they're involved.
Yeah.
This party.
Just when I reflect on some of the facts that you said, I think you said it's not I would say it's over. And really defines what we do, right? And so the genesis of Peacebuilding during 5 years, much better than the development, justice, and governance, but we know that security dominates everything. So when it comes to the elements of peacebuilding, especially the resources and everything, we think about those parts of the environment, it's a matter of security. So I think, particularly, one of the things how to take group lives. Whether it's different type of things, whether it's different types of access to work. And even the kind of like the whole locality and location and the local right away from the often the local actors are the part of the because the fact they are the regions. How do they change the voices and engage in all much right? So I think in this also what are the challenges that that's for me. You're looking at the and it's just like, oh well, vulnerable community. It goes one of the I'm doing. I'm mobility. But when you get out that strategy, interesting.
What I'm writing.
You guys are very close. They're doing a great job. I've been reading it. I think it's great.
I'm not trying to minimize, right? But it's like one thing.
Yeah, I bet it's in between, so I should have had that as my third. Right? Mechanisms are so long, but most of the other. Changing what?
Very different. And I think you but I mean, if the one and the question of page and then you really the other is you have equal piece for me is the exemplary environmental piece by and the other people learning because their practices are relatively ways that you real we are so rare. And so a lot of the work being done at that should be reporting is going to be something where it's going to make cool with something.
Yeah.
And we shouldn't stop because we don't want to express that it is a program that is using water and in order to not together. Right? That's what I would want to do is really guidance that is.
Yeah.
To get to be one of the things which is our people decide. So part of what we have like along the line, because I think it should be different. That what it is that you're trying to like something like which then changing with that again any number of changing so the thing that you need to build is maybe one of those for example larger
Projects. We need kind of main relationship. There's a foundation. And then we need, the third thing, I think, what the balls are. Temporal analysis.
Oh, no, no, no.
Rather than finding things all.
Right. Program, I think your response to be how are you creating evidence? It's not in data. It's actually compared to the first questions they have. If we were to give guidance to us on more of some of the development funding what would you say, what would you want to be thinking in cutting into houses, and you know, I'm coming at this a little bit from my I wanted to practice, you need your stakeholders to have a part of integrated project behind what the I don't know if you actually means about how I don't know if that's I'm very
So it's one of the things
companies
bitter price. You have to let go of gold. Gold, so once hard just enough here on the side that it's the side of the program and people buy big boats. And I think at the level of you either got that, that's a lot of.
3 minutes to wrap on it. We are not going to report out.
We don't.
Make sure you take.
I mean, that's why I put it here.
That's like that.
There's something bad.
You're still not letting go of gold.
Well, I think
There's
and there's things you can do to mitigate. But I don't know.
You're not just an input, right? Your stakeholders.
Theoretically, a lot of people
What they're.
and they think that part of
Oh, they were. And some, you don't do it. But I give them a lot of lip service. That guy.
And ultimately, there's trades. Minimize. But when we're up here, we get around.
Yeah, yeah, right.
And also, if you want to win the engagement, yeah. But you don't often go to that sort of place. And I think the process like this, because we can see that next year. In and one. But a lot of things I did, work, nobody can just approach it. What probably is what's about innovation? You can't just dismiss ideas, it's a first thing that's relevant, you know, starting talking about, right? Because we know that essential part of innovation. I think we need to understand what innovation is, what is needed in one way.
Right, so like, yeah. A little more. Helpful. Very helpful.
We're talking more about ways.
Right. Right, so that could allow these companies to have criteria, like there is a there, right, like foundation and community engagement, historically ignored, you know, and marginalized around what the objectives are. You want to like, you know, is there a need with that another scale or that initial sort of design from the team that was one kind of try. But do you do some things on it? Could I offer? Sure. Okay. I'd love to give them a say. So, I wanted to take people, letting go of the goal. I worked for the US government. Right. You don't let go of the goal later, but a lot of people for US communication, Congress is the house, it's very, in US, they have a very bad. And I know improving education, getting the money. There are, but what I would say is that there are, what point about sort of privilege, whether it's or the USG or a community. They're not the same. They are the same. Allow them to their goals, right? And those goals will be different. If you are a community in migration, and you're trying to figure out how to live, right? In this I know, it's funny, we have a project, like, knowledge, and you should not live in a narrow, like, you know, what it has to be. It shouldn't necessarily look, and you didn't kind of like, super dirty like that.
And then I think you have to allow the reality, but once you start talking to them, and you allow innovation of what research is real for them in their culture, you begin to get really good ideas about what the actual needs of the business versus what community was fighting with stress might be. You have to be it's fun. So because they are goals, but they're not going
And then whether or not they just but in total, it's like, you know, what there is. So what's the point of engaging and understanding the world? I have no idea. And I think we have lost how we should move forward, you know, I think the first thing I guess is that their engagement. I think lip service. I think the honor should really kind of either generate engagement or you know, and you know, for what you from the planning to implementation to ready. And what will there's a space of mediation, communication, all that kind of stuff. Environmental peacebuilding after all is about Christmas. How they would be.
All right. How are we doing? Get some good ideas down. I hate to cut a good conversation short, but we're gonna need to now pivot a bit to our conversation about funding. Get that over there. Changes here. So we will continue to do some work actually just in a few minutes about funding still in these groups. If you go back to the folder, the big folder, you'll see session 3 is all about funding. So you can look, we're gonna get there in a second, but first, it's my pleasure to turn the room over to my colleague at the ISE, Leah Nichols, who is gonna be moderating a panel focused on the funding landscape with Erica Key, Tegan Blaine, Matt Labassi, and Daniel Abraham. So if you all could come up this way, please. We'll do it just as we did before. Yeah, we've got.
I don't laugh at it. Okay, and then the show is not.
And then take it, you can grab that. Be careful with the word.
Well, I know.
Yeah,
Oh.
there we go, there you go.
I got it.
Yeah,
This panel got reconfigured, at a relatively last minute, Marie Jewel wasn't able to join us today because she's ill. But we do have Erica, Keegan, Daniel,
Matt.
Matt, and I'm gonna have you guys introduce yourselves. Since I didn't quite get all the bios together in the last 4 minutes.
No worries. My name is Erica Key. I'm the U.S. Global Hub Director at Future Earth. I'm formerly with the Belmont Forum, and before that, in my last life, I was a program director at the National Science Foundation. And I'm a reformed oceanographer who just loves transdisciplinary approaches and bringing together the resource ecosystem to make it happen.
So I'm Tegan Blaine. I'm currently the director of the Program on Climate, Environment, and Conflict at the U.S. Institute of Peace. Like several colleagues over here, I was at USAID for many, many years running the climate change program in the Bureau for Africa. And I am also a former oceanographer, actually climate scientist. But that was so far in the past that I really can't claim being a scientist any longer.
I don't disagree with that. I was once on a plane in Pekin and we were experiencing turbulence and she had a really detailed explanation of climatic dynamics that are happening. So I'm gonna, yeah. So I want her to reinstate her credentials there. So Daniel Abrahams, I sit at USAID in our Conflict Prevention and Stabilization Bureau, where I am the Senior Climate Security Advisor, so effectively the climate guy in the conflict office. And like Matt, we were last minute tapped, so anything I'm going to say is on behalf of me and not on behalf of the agency.
Yeah, thanks. Same rules for me. I'm Matt Lavasi, also at USAID. I sit on our land and resource governance team in the Bureau for Resilience, Environment, and Food Security. So I think I'm a little bit more on the environment side at the agency, and Daniel's a little more conflict side, but we work together. Yeah, and thanks. Look forward to the conversation.
And we really appreciate you jumping to the floor with very little notice. So Erica, could you start with some remarks on, I think it was collaborations across multilateral projects?
Sure. So I mentioned the resource ecosystem. There are trillions of dollars of money that are being tagged towards sustainability, deep impact investment in resilience and other areas like that. And what I've spent the past 15 years doing is trying to get all of that to play well together, basically. How can we find a structure and a language that bridges across and shows how we have a common interest and we each have strengths that helps deliver an end product. And it's a very circular model to it. There's a community building stage. There's an area where, you know, the research funders have a strong role to play, stakeholder engagement, you know, moving this into policy and practice, and then we start all over again. So it's sort of a continuum. And what Belmont Forum offers is that flexible platform for these different groups to come together. So you can have grants working together with contracts, with consultancies, with, you know, small scale financial incentives, you know, for market development in developing countries. So it's an ability to play across all of those and say, what is your value proposition? And so for research, depending on, we're watching the transformation with bated breath to see if it moves from publications to, social impact, environmental impact, economic impact, where that goes, and giving people the tools to actually say what that impact is. So that's another area where someone might have the funding to provide the training to teach the consortium how to define their own impact. So you see all of these different threads that come together. That's what I will be doing to support Belmont Forum in this space, is to try to find all of those different actors who have a role to play in something we are tentatively calling environmental peace building. Because hearing earlier today, maybe we don't call it that, I don't know. But to say, you are actually funding this, you have programs, maybe you're not doing the whole enchilada, you're doing this piece of it, you're doing the natural science piece, you're doing the social science piece, you're doing the development aid piece, you're doing all of this, and concatenate them and say, are you willing to support projects? And in our table, we were kind of going off a couple of different ideas of how to engage in that space. And maybe one suggestion for this call could be what Future Earth calls Take It Further grants. So you have existing projects. It sounds like there's quite a few ongoing, but to take it to the next level, whatever that is, whatever that new dimension might be, and take that to funders and say, would you be interested in an activity that develops monitoring and evaluation that can address conflict resolution here, that can do a local level community skill development activity here. Anything is on the table right now. So I'm really looking forward to learning from you today, so I can have those conversations with resource providers and build this tapestry.
And now I'll turn to each of you for a few thoughts or reflections on this. I think this is a very general prompt, but on a state of funding for environmental peace building, and really just sort of how I've heard several times there's not much of it, but that is happening in multiple places and those sorts of things. So what does that landscape look like to you, and where are opportunities to expand and grow? I'll let you start.
I was wondering which of us you wanted to go first. I must admit my thinking or just the way I'm thinking about issues has already evolved today. So I am going to reference a couple of notes that I jotted down for myself, but I might get a little mixed up along the way. One of the first things that has been an important framing for me as I think about this day is we've been talking a lot about what I would interpret as more community level peace building, community level environmental peace building. We're not necessarily talking about the diplomacy level of environmental peace building. So we're not talking necessarily about transboundary water negotiations. Instead, we've been talking more at the level, whether it's been concretized or not, about how water is a factor in conflict within communities. And so when I began thinking about the finance thing, I'm thinking about that community level peace building. I liked how Cynthia phrased it earlier, that we've really fallen into a lot of funding. We've seen where environmental issues are playing into conflict, and that's what's been funded. And so there's really, I sometimes wonder whether there's really an environmental peace building funding. There's a role for environmental peace building, or whether it's really about conflict sensitivity or about peace building unto itself. These issues tend to emerge out of the conflict. They tend to be fairly haphazard. We have a lot of different experiences that I would think of as individual experiences, but we have not done as good a job of really consolidating into a field of environmental peace building yet. There's a lot of progress in that direction, but I'm not sure there's a practice of environmental peace building yet. And so I'm not sure how we fund environmental peace building when there is still an emerging practice to some degree. When we're talking about these kinds of individual projects, I think that there's a lot of space for continuing to fund that kind of work, but it might be in terms of environmental governance, perhaps. It might be kind of more where we see emerging opportunities and taking those opportunities instead. There's also a lot of risk about funding projects versus when they are grassroots projects. There's a lot of good that can come out of that. Connection to people with different experience or experience that could increase learning. There is kind of an opportunity to increase attention to particular issues or to particular geographies. There are also a lot of risks when we talk about international funding and what are some of the biases of the institutions, what that means for what actually happens on the ground, how much power we give to the emerging perspectives from the grassroots level versus kind of imposing our own view on what an environmental peace building approach should look like, which is perhaps different than what people on the ground think it should look like. And there was some discussion about those biases early on. And so I do think that one thing that we should be talking about is some of those pros and cons of international finance in this space. What do we gain from those funding streams, and what do we risk with those funding streams? But another thing that I've been thinking about is our executive director at the U.S. Institute of Peace talks a lot about peace building versus peacemaking. And if you speak to her, she'll say there are about 50 people in the world who are actually peacemakers. I think she's thinking about a specific type of peacemaking at a very high diplomatic level, and there are a lot more peacemakers than that. But I do think the conversation today has been a lot about peace building. And one thing that perhaps we do need to be thinking about how to support is how to support the peacemakers. And I don't think just that diplomatic community that our executive director focuses on, but also the community of mediators, the people who step in to help communities at a variety of different levels resolve issues. And when I've talked to communities of mediators, some will say, well, if environmental issues are raised, I don't know about those issues, so we kind of table them. And then there are other people who walk into that midst, but say, I don't know that I understand enough to be asking the right questions, to be ensuring that the right communities are involved. And so how do I learn as a mediator to get to the level where I can ask the right questions and elicit what needs to come out into this space? And so one question that I have for future funding is, how do we support the mediators? How do we support the peace builders and not just, the peacemakers and not just peace building? So that the peacemakers, when they're put in a position to support communities, actually have the knowledge that they need and the experience that they need to bring some of those issues forward in a way that they can be dealt with. I'm sorry, this is a little bit haphazard, but one other thing that I just wanted to say about kind of the current funding of peace building is that I kind of feel like we're learning key lessons again and again and again, because we do have so many different, examples of peace building around the world. Many different communities are experimenting and learning some of the same lessons. And so I do think that the work that the Environmental Law Institute, for example, is doing on monitoring and evaluation on developing theories of change is a really critical piece at the moment, because it helps us develop kind of not just this scattershot approach where there's a constant relearning of lessons, but we can begin to establish kind of a better perspective on what those lessons are so that we can better share them and talk about them. Because one of the things that we do risk in doing what USIP has done, for example, or other institutions, is we have funded a variety of different environmental peace building situations, but we're relearning the same lessons again and again and again. And so what are those lessons that we can do a better job at consolidating? And as I said, some of this is already happening, but it would be nice to get to the stage where we're not starting from scratch every time, and potentially strengthening those peacemakers is one way to begin approaching that as well. But we need to be able to share something with those peacemakers in order to help them do their job better. I'll leave it there and you guys can actually hear from the real funding.
I'll be pretty quick because a lot of things have been said. And I think there's some core points and I agree. Second point, and I realized, where'd Ken go? There's Ken. I am going to steal that three-humped camel because that was such a beautiful articulation and compelling articulation, I think, of what ultimately I think about on a daily basis, which is if we're thinking about the risks of environment and conflict, I'm thinking about three different things. The risks of environmental issues or some sort of degradation driving conflict. We're thinking about how interventions on environmental systems will affect conflict. And critically, we're thinking about what conflict means for environmental risks. In particular, I'm thinking a lot about what it means to be vulnerable to climate shocks in a conflict-affected area. Because those risks are heightened for really obvious reasons. Because the things that drive conflict are ultimately the things that drive a lot of vulnerabilities to environmental shocks. And they aggravate them in very serious ways. And that plays out in a meaningful way in the work that an organization like AID is doing and how we are funding our partners, because ultimately, and the different stats gets thrown around depending on who you ask in the building, but roughly 70 or 80% of the work that we are doing is in places affected by conflict. All those places are affected by, at the very least, climate change. So ultimately, what does it mean to address environmental issues in those contexts? And I would argue that entire three-hump camel that Ken raised is doing environmental peace building. We don't have a ton of funding for just that, because as Cynthia raised, cross-sectoral work is really hard to do. And bureaucratic constraints, whether that's aid or elsewhere, are real, right? And pretending that they should go away or ignoring the limitations that a funder is under is a misguided thinking to how we approach that issue. With that said, we have found ways to do this work. So when I think about, for example, my office holds a reconciliation fund, which is born out of people-to-people facilitation in many years of Middle East conflict. When I look at that database of programs, it's water, it's land, it's climate, it's this, it's that, it's all about environmental issues, or not. There's a lot of programs that have environmental issues, even though that's what it was not built for. But it was ultimately built for conflict-affected areas. And what I think that does is reflect a reality. That any of us that have been in places that is dealing with the effects of climate change, or the effects of environmental change and conflict is that when you talk to people on the ground and you ask them how one is affecting the other, they're basically like, whoa, 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 whoa. I'm dealing with both. And I think ultimately, in an agency that's doing climate change work in conflict-affected places and conflict work in places affected by environmental change, even though there is not any or very little dedicated funding to that set of issues, certainly there's nothing coming from Congress to that dedicated set of issues. What we are doing fits in that frame. So the question becomes, I think, if I were someone applying for funds for their mission, is how do you make sure that you are effectively jerry-rigging one or the other and not focusing entirely on finding the combination of both in a particular set of circumstances? Now, Matt's over to what more of a mineral-oriented
So let's see. Yeah, I think I'll be brief too. I think probably the most interesting part of the conversation is to hear what folks have questions about with regards to funding and how we can respond to that from our particular positioning, and especially at USA, it is particular, right? We work on particular issues in particular places, and we are not especially well placed to do things like just pour money into a very cross-sectoral issue like environmental peace building, because as Daniel mentioned, yeah, Congress do that, right? But I think this comes as well to our conversations about how to talk about this work, kind of knowing your funding audience, knowing what kind of indicators or metrics they're interested in, and being part of the process that many of us in the room are already doing of helping funding agencies to realize that if they want programmatic success in mitigating conflict and preventing conflict and building peace and doing environmental conservation and mitigating climate change and all of these issues, then they need to think in an integrated way. And yeah, in some cases, a little bit of hand holding is necessary there, and being able to say, yeah, at the end of the day, you know, if your objective here, if what you need to be able to tell Congress at the end of the day is you know, saved X number of rhinos, we're going to be able to say that, but we're going to do it by strengthening institutions, improving the relationships between the communities and the folks who are doing the governing institutions, and then all of that can build towards some more concrete goals that I think you have are necessarily just part of the structure of how funding agencies, particularly, you know, government attached funding agencies like USA work. So that's partly to say, you know, I think it's like know your funder, but also understand that I think often we work with and respond to our partners, right? So like, you know, when we put out a call for a program or some kind of intervention, and then we work with NGOs or implementers or consultants to actually do that, we really lean on the expertise that those people bring. And there's so much space for those groups to say, look, the best way to do this is to work on to do peaceful, even though it's an environmental program, or to do environmental program, even if it's a conflict kind of focus. The other thing is like, you know, to speak, I think, to something this audience is really concerned about. USAID is probably not known for funding or publishing or producing lots of research, but we are really interested in that, and especially that kind of intersection where all of the nuance and all of the really important work that is being produced by academics and on-the-ground researchers can become, I don't want to say translatable, but like lessons learned that are a little bit more coherent to an audience that isn't likely to pick up an academic paper or read through a journal. But we do fund that kind of work. So look out, you know, like try to find those spaces where you can get engaged and receive funding to do that translation work. One final thing is like, I just think from the perspective of an agency that is not, yeah, we're not just doing research, right? We're like trying to implement things. We're trying to do programs on the ground for better and worse in some contexts. There's an element of this conversation that's also about the process of implementation or doing projects or thinking about where we want to work that is already doing environmental peace building work, right? So we've had conversations about co-production, which communities are working with, who's framing the question, you know, who are the stakeholders, what are the stakeholders actually getting out of it. I think to the extent that we can all push funders in the direction of taking those questions more seriously is also part of the process of working on environmental peace building, because if you do that work, then you're gonna get some of the right answers. How to effectively work in this space. So I'll leave it there and maybe we
So this is fantastic. There's lots in my head that I would love to ask about, but I think we need, in the interest of time, because I think lunch is on the way as well. We're going to move straight to the group work. Did you?
That's right.
Okay.
Yes. So thank you.
Thank you
Ken.
all. Really appreciate the
we would reconstitute our working groups at each table, 1 through 7. Take some of these reflections now about funding and whatever it's provoking in you into that discussion. And we will, let's see. Oops, that's not the right one. We will be working out of folder 3 now. Where's the blue group? You guys are already on it. The blue group. Yeah, so what we'd like to do is capture some of your thoughts about funding, some of the roadblocks, some of the things that need to be ironed out, some of the people who have funded your work. Put that in there because we also want to be able to take this conversation to other audiences, to other funders. Okay, so that's what we're working on now for the 16, 17 minutes before lunch. Erica.
Can I just give you some quick examples? So Belmont Forum has had a prior call called Transformations to Sustainability. It was joint with the International Science Council and with the North Face Aeronet in Europe. If you would go to the belmontforum.org website to CRAs and look at some of those projects. This was about land reform in DRC and Burundi. This was migration. This was artisanal gold mining in Ghana. All of these types of themes. So those are examples of what Belmont Forum has been able to do before. So it might give you a bit of context about where this might be able to go and what mechanisms are needed to achieve this. And I just want to point out Becca Barnes is also here representing Belmont Forum.
I'm the shepherd of the program, yes. But I also want someone, Tegan, I believe, mentioned conflict skills. And so we are also leading a future leaders program, which is a different sort of program than this, in the sense that we are not going to be asking for proposals from the community. But one of the things that came out of, I believe, every scoping workshop was that people wanted conflict resolution skills. So I point this out because all of you could participate in that call as well. And so if you're interested in that, I'm happy to give you more information. But I will be the point person for the Belmont Forum on this call. So I actually brought cards. So please, they make them for free as a AAAS fellow, which is lovely, but I would love to like spread the partial trees to you all to take home.
Thank you for that. So again, thank you panel for giving us a lot of inspiration. Dive into this document now. This is table 1's document, but it's under the folder 3 funding, right? You'll see a document for 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way through 7. And we just want you to discuss and jot down opportunities, gaps, roadblocks, funding sources, maybe where you've been funded in the past. And the very important question that we have been talking about, diversity, equity, inclusion, ethics in program or project design, methods, questions, etc. Pertaining to environmental feasibility.
This one is 12 too, guys. I think it's the short one. I know.
Really make sure my work that's and at that level, right? And they were absolutely environmentally that I don't think we should. Second thing I would just reflect, was the point about how like, maybe being a like, because we are relearning that.
Right here. It's very hard to answer these questions without research. I know what research is. It's not for me to say. You know, it's hard for me to engage with other.
But one of the things that I see in the Belmont there, I was actually sitting in thinking I got which I thought of this years ago when I was still in bed, and I was started to put it in you have science funding you do, you know, like, where the godfather of this country, you know, you live down so what are the opportunities we have to have an opportunity to allow from very complicated.
I think there are not a lot. There are. Derive wisdom. But not just that. What is the what are examples of success on the deep side of the art? Really close. I mean, never time. It's all, and then when you talk important about, you know, career, this probably, you know, but because they aren't labeled that way, they're the brain in the kind of, except in your mind and in the mind of a few other people, you move on, right? And so I think one small but really valuable funding opportunity would be like with by agency places around this for a while. And then find some way to create partnerships like the one that we're forward to. Now that's very tricky because like, you know, be willing to put their failures forward. That's what one gets success. But if you could, you know, somehow like we did and talk about, you know, the I mean, you remember Tangle Grass? Well, wow, you know, that's how many years ago? Right? And so. So, so one thing that something like diverse pool, not just folks in Wheel, Washington, diverse pool of people like that, that have that sort of sustaining impact in the environment. It's a lot. We can really still live. And invest in, you know, a systematic effort to get into there, kind of like what I think in my program. Systematic effort to get we don't have different set of things such as be a lot of value and I think we have right, that's a very self-serving comment by whoever he doesn't have to research and whole about, yeah. So fine, I promise not to. Why?
One of the challenges we identified, even when you manage to produce the knowledge, right? We often get lost. So in my day, right, we tried everything. We tried training. We tried all these things. And I would love to know your generation what would work now today. Like, obviously our range of has acquired. A lot of the projects for staying longer and the real like layer transition to knowledge is tough. But I think there are a lot of things like newer experience with why we never did work. I'm not sure we really asked to learn how to do it. I mean, I think something could be like a transition to an animation that can be a little knowledge, right? And network the transition from the days when people who were in cities didn't have some community and now they all like you didn't talk about like one type of learning. What is the innovation accessibility that we might get up in the hands of people whether they are or whether they are in Kenya in conservation. I think there are some ideas there that are discovered and I think it's really new ways of working on that.
Exactly that. You don't want to just look at what it is.
Yeah, it's just for oh,
You wanna continue? I don't wanna interrupt.
It's like you said, I was pretty like, oh, it's a lot what you're saying. Like, not why, yeah, it's still. And a lot of them. I've been working on, typically, how do we speak so productive work? You're hearing, you're writing. Yeah. Right? Like how. Understanding. When you're superintendent, on projects, please, taking that, accompanied by. Sorry. So I like the thought about where things are going well, and then what is it that's working, what is it that's not working, you know what I mean?
I don't think I think they can go through and really be involved.
Right.
Go through it every time. You know, there is no, the lot of ways that sort of short conversation. How do you do this? Rather than what we scale. How can these make help you get a little further, a little faster in those countries? That's really a rather than version of the tool that you can really drop down how to avoid this hard conversation.
Understand how you started getting the lessons from the environment, and what you take process. Right. What is it? How to show them that we don't have to reinvent it. We started from ground zero every time. You know, this is so hard. I think that they don't have it in the British version. Right.
Rather than.
I know.
You know, or it's all about climate adaptation.
My reason for this type of intervention is that so that you don't have to again, you start with rather than starting anybody else who's one of sorry, just build on yeah. It's really interesting what all ranges from local level up to we are able to see them. We can in terms of so I'm wondering how to identify this and use them for this have them as like kind of like up in the clouds, like we know that they're there. But what would it look like when they're shipped? So how can we find yeah, so I mean, this is we're not just able to have there, you know, academics really but we're also doing that. So I think like in that student and
I don't know if that's feasible, but I feel like that could be another avenue where you're out there.
Somewhere in here, right?
Yeah, what I want to bring here is that the reflection from the panel. When they talk about consideration, you know, like project is like this, and if you have a chance to this project, the point I'll make it here is that the small challenge, this is the yeah, not able to many vehicles that actually because each time there's a form of proposal, you want something like you don't really get space that is done somewhere, you know, replicability or adaptability or acceleration. Okay, you've done it. Based on those that you learned, what would you do empathy in a different way? I think that kind of would really be something giving you right? So it's not just kind of as this is something, and I think that's kind of that's not the it requires a different way of thinking about like how we call
I hate to interrupt the amazing conversation that we're having. If I could get your attention just for a moment, please. I could have your attention, please. Lunch is served, so it's actually now the lunch hour, but it's going to be a working lunch. We will be, while we're eating in here, so we're gonna go out and get food, bring it in. We're gonna be hearing from Carl Brook, who will be delivering the keynotes, and then hearing from Benjamin Goosen and George Mason as a discussant. So we have an hour for that. That's why wrapping up now is important, so that we have time to digest, time to eat, reflect. And then after the keynote, we're going back into work, but it'll be different groups than the groups that we have right now. So if you want to finish up this funding reflection exercise, that would be fantastic. But you can go get food as well and bring it right back in here, please. Carl's gonna start at 8.
And if there's a different mission, what other how are you? But I'd love to see another working with USDA. That was what I was thinking when I was just thinking about the picture was that.
Yeah, no, I just.
I would love to see what I think, I'd love to see what he's going on for the federal agency. Right, we six the minister that,
Yeah.
that would allow. NSF
Yeah, I mean,
And USC.
We could go here, I mean, we're really.
Now you're getting crazy.
Not just.
Yeah.
Massive.
I mean, so, I can do. And then like.
Well, now it's getting short.
Sure, so, does it invest in capacity injection?
Comes back.
Once in a while. Work with about.
And in some ways, I think it's what just then, I mean, it's sort of, what do you do? Next? Is the question,
Right,
right?
right.
You have to bring what you did. Well, I'm jumping right here.
I think I would say, like, really. Have that right.
Yeah, I brought it.
No, I.
Yeah, I mean, I would love that. Your future will fire. Yeah. Well, Daniel and I will come back, our chance to talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you're not, are you doing anything on?
No, I like it. I am really interested.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking about. Well, the problem, one of the things. It really. Right, so, we do have to get better.
I'm great.
They tend to be like. Outside. Right, yeah, well, yeah, I think it's very.
Oh. It's a very good question. You want to have my.
Well, don't say it like lower standing.
Window, if you want to utilize it.
Yeah. That, a lot of our improvement.
Yeah.
I think they should say one. So I'll be back.
And they're one.
I think we look really good.
But I.
We were okay.
I don't have a lure to do I'm enjoying the appreciation of my others that I've been through. And this has really been like the first opportunity that so that really helpful from the folks on what's working on level. I really love the community. And I was like, but I'm just not exactly sure what I want like we do some community of practice work on and that's always so pretty. So I'm interested in like ways to facilitate that.
Why is this?
Yeah. But there are.
Why should I care?
And then Dolly. Yeah, exactly. Especially this, but I feel like it could be avoided. That's right. I'm interested to see, I'm not sure if I'll say it in kind of like the NGO space or like here. So I'm waiting to hear about that. I think that might open up some doors and figuring out like also and I can think of like different pieces program within that, so we'll see if I'm lucky enough to get it.
Carl's got a halo. Hello, Carl.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. So everyone, as promised, we're going to have a working lunch. Carl, we've had fantastic series of conversations. I know you've been listening all morning or all afternoon, as the case with you. It's my pleasure to now turn the stage over to Carl Brook, who, yep, and Ben, I'll take care of that if you can hear me. I'll unmute you in a moment too, Ben. We're going to be hearing from Carl Brook at the Environmental Law Institute. Many of you know and have worked with Carl in the past. Carl, the floor is yours. I think while you're presenting, I'm going to mute us, but then after you present, we'll hand over to Ben Goosen, who will offer some discussion, and then we'll open it up to everyone with any questions you might have. And we'll mute us just to keep you from the din of moving papers and cans and things like that. Does that sound good?
That sounds great. I have a serious experience of FOMO here. You guys have had an amazing discussion and a lot of friends in the room. So I'm apologize. I am in Brussels on work related to the environmental damage in Ukraine and was not able to get back in time. I'm going to some extent, I wanted to, I'll dive into considerations for the call. But before I do that, I wanted to get into kind of the big picture as I see it. It echoes in many ways what has been said throughout, but I think that it's interesting to really reflect on where we've come. And as Ken said, things have really accelerated in the last 3 to 4 years, which is exciting. I think one of the challenges in this space is that environmental peace building ultimately is a meta theory, that it brings together a lot of different strands of work. And this goes to the environmental consequences of war, which is how I first got involved in this, which actually dates, some of the first things in the area date back to the Old Testament, Deuteronomy and Joshua. Really drove a lot of the modern interest in this, which led to a couple of conventions. And then the Gulf War, the 1991 Gulf War, not only led to calls for an ecocide convention, it also really put in sharp focus the question of how do we actually enforce these rules? And what are the methodologies that one is expected to use? In other words, how do you actually make this work? And that also led to a lot of efforts to implement and operationalize norms through military manuals. And around the same time that the UN Compensation Commission, which I'll get to in a bit, was operating throughout the 90s, we saw the rise of this field of environmental security around both greed and grievance, concerns about water wars, climate security, which continues into current days. And then Ken Conca, who's in the room, and Jeff DeBelco and others turned that argument on its head and said, yes, maybe natural resources in the environment can be the cause of conflict. It can also be a cause of cooperation. And the work on water and on peace parks, EcoPeace Middle East really expanded on that. And then we had, I think, an important point, that was the end of the Cold War, where we saw rapid growth in conflict resources as rebel groups sought to find other sources of financing other than the proxy wars that we had seen. We also saw expansion of post-conflict peace building and realizing the environmental dimensions of that. And the expansion of cooperation around shared interests in the environment. One of the areas that Mikhail Gorbachev highlighted in December of 1989 for cooperation as we're emerging from the Cold War was the need to cooperate around climate change, that this was deemed an area of mutual interest where the countries could cooperate. More recently, and we've seen a shift from international to non-international conflict. We've seen increasing interest in the social conflict and at the local level, focus on power, equity, righting historic injustices. There have been all sorts of exciting new methodologies around big data, remote sensing technologies, GIS visualization. And there's a flagship report that UNEP and the Environmental Peacebuilding Association will be publishing shortly on that topic. And we've seen it get more integrated, more transdisciplinary research, particularly including voices from conflict-affected countries and communities. I want to highlight some of the recent activities. These include cases which really start to operationalize norms, legislative development, and then getting into some of the other recent developments. So the UN Compensation Commission, this was a body that was set up, first one that really said that when one country invades another, it violates UN Charter Article 2, Paragraph 4, that prohibits aggressive war. That led to liability, responsibility on the part of the aggressor. And about $52 billion in damages were awarded. Of those, 5.26 billion were for environmental damages. First time that sort of thing had been done. I say this is important because we then saw the same principle applying in the DRC case, DRC v. Uganda before the International Court of Justice, where $65 million were awarded for pillaging of DRC's natural resources. And that was also the basis for some of the claims that were not successful, but it was still the basis for the claims in the Ethiopia-Eritrea Claims Tribunal. And we shall see what happens with Ukraine and Russia. We saw with the rise of conflict resources, the UN Security Council trying to do things about it. The call from the UN Security Council for nations to impose due diligence requirements led to Section 1502 of the Dodd-Frank Act and to the EU conflict mineral regulation. And then there have been a variety of national cases where they prosecute nationals and others under universal jurisdiction for environmental crimes associated with war. We see the codification of norms, the Geneva List dealing with water infrastructure, the ICRC guidelines, and protection of the natural environment in situations of armed conflict. And I think most importantly is the International Law Commission's Principles on Protection of the Environment in Relation to Armed Conflict, which integrated a wide range of bodies of law: international humanitarian law, that's the law of war; international human rights law; international criminal law; international environmental law; the UN Charter; the law of occupation, and other bodies of law. And in doing so, they were able to get most of the principles written in a way that they applied to both international and non-international armed conflict. On the horizon, we see a number of the UN human rights rapporteurs looking at expanding on the ILC principles in the area of toxics, in the area of water. There's a register of damages that has been created for the war in Ukraine, with a lot of the damages being environmental. It's early in the conflict. We shall see what happens with Gaza and Israel. There are desires to elaborate on proportionality for dual use situations, which we're seeing being issues in Ukraine and Gaza, but also those were issues in Iraq and in Kosovo. There is a movement for ecocide, whether it's an ecocide convention or more likely countries adding ecocide as a provision in the Rome Statute. Institutionally, we've seen a lot of movement and action. Some of these, over the years, people are familiar with the work that UNEP has done on post-conflict assessments. The disasters and conflict was one of their 5 pillars until a couple of years ago. They with a range of UN bodies, UN Women, DPA, DPKO, and others on guidance notes specifically for greening the blue helmets and gender dimensions of environmental peace building and so forth. They also provided on-the-ground technical and legal assistance, undertook a series of analyses, including a 6-volume series that ELI collaborated with UNEP on post-conflict peace building and natural resource management. There has been a shuffling and refocusing within UNEP, and so it's focusing more on climate change these days and less operational on the ground. Security Council, with the end of the Cold War, we saw the number of resolutions addressing natural resources and the environment dramatically increase from about just under half a resolution a year to on average 12 a year. And if you include territory in the count, it's about 18.7% of all UN Security Council resolutions addressing natural resources and the environment. We see increased recognition of the importance of environmental and natural resource provisions in peace negotiations and ultimately in the peace agreements, as the parties understand that a lot of the conflict, the political economy, revolves around control of natural resources and contestation over that. We also see natural resources and the environment providing opportunities for cooperation around shared interests, for example, in floods or droughts. Peacekeeping adopted guidelines, and they've started having regular environmental advisors. The World Bank has done a number of studies and institutional arrangements to facilitate consideration of fragility and conflict in its programming. And I believe I heard Tracy Hart there, who has been leading the work, doing some amazing thought leadership within the World Bank. The Joint Environment Unit has been involved in a number of conflicts, integrating environment into the humanitarian apparatus, humanitarian response apparatus. The UN Commissioner for Refugees developed environmental guidelines for siting and operation of refugee camps, and bilateral agencies have done some very innovative work, including the work that Cynthia Brady led at CMM. With all of this, we saw the need for a space dedicated to professionals who want to work at the intersection of environment, conflict, and peace. The Environmental Peacebuilding Association was created a little over 5 years ago. We now have about 400 members in 70 countries, a biennial conference. And I will note that the 3rd conference on environmental peacebuilding will be held in The Hague next June. We have an active call for proposals. We have just in September, we launched Environment and Security, the only peer-reviewed journal in the field dedicated to articles at the intersection of environment, conflict, and peace. We have more than 10 interest groups, the Environmental Peacebuilding Knowledge Platform, and various sub-sites dedicated to priority topics. We have an Environmental Peacebuilding Update that goes out every 2 weeks. This has been over 10 years now. And it goes out to the Environmental Peacebuilding Community of Practice, which has grown steadily to 4,300 people around the world, and a newsletter on gender, natural resources, climate, and peace. A lot of other groups are active in this area, some longer than others. IUCN has had a specialist group on armed conflict in the environment, or some variation of that, for about 20 years now. CEASP has a forthcoming report on climate, migration, and peace. And IUCN published a flagship report on conflict and conservation. As for Peacebuilding, has a working group on environment, climate change, and conflict. the International Water Resources Association has a similar task force on water security. And so a lot of professional associations, in addition to the Environmental Peacebuilding Association, have been recognizing the intersection of their respective areas, whether they're coming at it from the peacebuilding side or from the environmental side, but kind of intersecting with security, conflict, and peace. Foundations had a very interesting work in this space, and I think Ken probably can share some of his experiences in informing the MacArthur Foundation back in the 90s and again in the early 2000s as they're trying to think about what role they should have. And so there was funding in this space by some of the major foundations. It's been there was a retreat from that in the 2010 timeframe as some of the foundations started having reservations about how do we show impact, which is frankly one of the major motivations for the work that I and others have been doing on monitoring and evaluation. And we now have a re-engagement that's been led by smaller foundations like the Jubitz Family Foundation, Peace Nexus. And I have to say, I'm so excited to see the Belmont Forum call. We've also seen growth in some of the major consulting firms like Chemonics and DAI to build in-house capacity on issues related to environment, conflict, and peace. And all of this is to say that it's a very different world than it was 5 years ago, let alone 10 years ago. One of the things that I think is interesting is that the peace and security people seem to have embraced the nexus more than others. That is to say that we're still seeing slow later movement by the environmental community into the peace and conflict arena. IISD's guide in 2009 was a groundbreaking. Global Environment Facility, which is one of the major funders, and I think I heard somebody talk about this, commissioned an evaluation of Jeff's support and found that fragility affected every key performance indicator they have. And there were no guidelines, no standards. Only half of the Jeff implementing agencies had procedures in place. And so we're starting to see some of it with Peace Nexus's assistance, environmental organizations trying to be more conflict sensitive. And this was Conservation International led this. And now there's another cohort with WWF, the African Wildlife Foundation, GGGI, and others. Policy sphere, we're seeing some very interesting developments. Stockholm Plus 50, there are, this had a number of events and statements around peace and conflict. No political outcome as such, but it was interesting to see how much of an issue the delegates felt that was. And now at COP28, coming up right now, for the first time in 28 COPs, in 28 conferences of the parties, peace is explicitly on the COP agenda. And so it does feel like there's growing awareness. The question is what to do, how to do it. And that takes us to environmental peace building. I'm very happy to see all the different definitions that were presented earlier. This is the sign of a healthy field where people debate what is an appropriate definition. For us, I think one of the important things was to make sure that we're looking across the conflict life cycle, that often operationally and conceptually we get very pigeonholed in a very particular moment. Is it the beginning of conflict? Is it what happens during conflict? Is it the end of conflict, which we often refer to as peacemaking, or is it the post-conflict process? As we understand it, it involves renewable resources, non-renewable resources, and ecosystems and ecosystem services. Often focuses on violent or armed conflict, but it also applies to social conflict. And I think the last thing that I want to say about the kind of the framing really is that a lot of people focus on the environmental dimensions of peace, conflict, and security. But I think that for me at least, I see this as the intersection. Some of times the arrow goes in that direction. It's the environmental dimensions of peace, conflict, and security, but it's also the peace, conflict, and security dimensions of environmental management and governance. In other words, conflict-sensitive conservation. And I think a number of people have seen this slide that we developed with UNEP. The top has the environmental risks associated with the different stages, so grievances and tensions, the financing, targeted during conflict. The bottom are the opportunities that are presented. Often the field of environmental security tends to focus on the risks there. And environmental peace building, as we see it, includes environmental security, but also includes the analysis of the opportunities. What is the future of environmental peace building? I think that first, it's important to note that is the strengthening the body of evidence is a high priority. We've collected a lot of examples, a lot of learning, a lot of anecdotes that really say there's something here. This is a promising approach, or that's a promising approach, or that's problematic. But we don't have enough distillation to have a good sense of when something's going to work or when it's not going to work. We also need to look at the longer time horizons. And when I first started working in this space, the peace building was considered to be about 1.5 years, 2 years, and that was incredibly short. And we now see it really takes 10, 20, 30 years before you start resembling a more conflict affected situation. And I think as we dive into this, I think as Tegan mentioned earlier, I think that a lot of the analysis is likely to be organized around particular theories of change. This is what we think. We have some evidence. How well does this hold up in other circumstances? So first is strengthening the body of evidence for environmental peace building. Second is the institutionalization of environmental peace building through policies, through standards, procedures, and mechanisms, the details, through the staffing, the training, the culture. One of the challenges here is that you're often dealing, because it's so intersectoral, so that your organization has a mandate to do certain things, as expertise. Environmental peace building requires extending beyond that. In order to achieve your mandate, in order to achieve the results you want, you need to look beyond just the narrow confines of what you do. I put at the end here, there's so many different sectors, there's so many different areas where environmental peace building operates. I think one of the areas that we're going to have a lot of money and a lot of need is in climate finance, which right now is not particularly conflict sensitive. So I think that's likely to be a particularly hot space for institutionalization. There's a lot of work to be done on training, capacity building, some of it through the standard university degrees and courses and majors, but then also making sure that there are skills courses in there. Virtual training, and some of that might be for professionals, some of it might be students. And then I think there's a question of, do we wait until university to have these discussions, or do we, in a more deliberate way, start looking at education in secondary schools? And then finally, there's the area of practice. And I think part of this is just as we develop our initiatives, whether they're programs or projects, clearly articulating what is the theory of change, support the ability of project officers to adjust course during the implementation, and then emphasize learning within the organization, with the funders, and more broadly with the field. I've come up with a number of areas that I think are interesting. I heard quite a few of them mentioned through this morning. I'm not going to spend too much time on any of them. I do want to highlight this blind spots, which I think it's a very interesting area where the question is, where do we see problems? Why do these problems keep coming up? Can we honestly say that this was an unexpected impact? given what we know from other projects. And also the question of how do organizations engage in this space when they do engage? Who are the drivers? What are the concerns? How are they addressed? For the call, I have a few quick points. First, I think it helps to understand kind of this arc of where are we coming from, where are we going, what do we want, where do we want to go? And then the critical point being, in order to get where we want to go, what do we need? And so thinking very clearly about, what do we need to get where we want to go? I think that the call is a unique, transformative opportunity. It's been so exciting to see how this field has evolved. And I think that this particular call can be transformative in just taking us that much farther, that much faster. The point's been made before, the importance of diverse voices, especially from fragile and conflict affected countries, but also voices that may not necessarily be heard from different disciplines, gender, youth, disability, and the interplay of those voices to get a better understanding of what works and to build capacity and buy-in. Another point that I'd like to focus on, because especially when we get into research, is one of the things I think is important about environmental peace building is its focus on solutions. And we have a lot of research on what the problems are. Historically, though, the recommendations were very deductive. It's like, this is a problem, therefore this is the solution. But I challenge you to show me the evidence why this solution will work. Yes, logically it will work, but where has it worked in the past? And why do we think that it will work here? And I think that the focus on the evidence for what works means that we need to really be looking at not just what fails, but also, where does it largely work? And I this is a rather personal beef that I have with the crits, but if you look at a lot of the presentations, critical theory is very good at identifying the problems with whatever was done. It's not very good at saying, and this worked rather well. It's really focusing on narrowing in on what went wrong. But the question is, if 95% of the project went well, maybe we should do a little more analysis of that 90 to 95% and not dwell exclusively on the 5 to 10% that went wrong. There's another question also for the call about climate change. Climate change consumes, and climate security consumes, a lot of the discussion. But environmental peace building is much broader than that. How much beyond climate change should the call go? Or should it focus on climate security? Or should it kind of put climate security aside and look more broadly at some of these other issues? To what extent should the research be synthetic? That is to say, something like review articles, synthesizing what we know from the gray literature, from experience, and from the peer-reviewed literature. And to what extent should the call focus on research that tests approaches, that has new experiences? And then one question being, to what extent should projects or proposals go beyond research? For example, transdisciplinary efforts to build capacity. And with that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for that, Carl. Really wonderful review and context setting for where the field has come from and where it can go. Really, really great stuff. So thank you. Please hold the line, because Ben is now going to present some responses, some discussion related responses to that, and then we'll open it up for questions from everyone. There we go.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me in the room?
We can, Ben. Floor is yours.
Outstanding. Well, hi, everyone. Hi, Carl. Hi, Jeremy. Thanks so much for this talk, Carl, and for giving me the chance to respond. You mentioned off the bat that you had a feeling of FOMO this morning, and I have to say that I feel I'm in the same boat. I'm such a fan of the work that everyone here is doing today, and I'm glad to be able to join you, if only from afar. Thanks very much to Jeremy for inviting me to give a brief comment. I think this has been a really fantastic overview, Carl, and thanks for your consideration of this topic of environmental peace building from such a high level and from your deep experience. As I was listening to your talk, I was struck with the immense growth of interest and activity around environmental peace building in the last few years, from NGOs and state actors to multilateral organizations associated with the UN and more. One thing that you said early in your talk really jumped out at me. You mentioned that a foundational insight is that the environment can be both a source of conflict and a source of cooperation. And I think that is really important, and I wanted to highlight it because this insight jives with my own understanding of environmental factors as being contingent, socially mediated, and also deeply historical. Where there's environmental crisis, there's also opportunity. And as you said, there's much work to do. So in prior conversation with Jeremy, I've been asked to offer some thoughts on environmental peace building in relation to my own discipline of history. And to that end, I've assembled some pre-written remarks. My understanding is that I have about 10 minutes to respond to your talk, Carl, and to pose a number of questions.
That's right. Thank you, Ben.
Terrific. So as I mentioned, I come to this topic as a historian, and it's really a pleasure to consider environmental peace building in the context of my own discipline. And I should definitely start off by saying that as a historian, it's so exciting to see the rise of environmental peace building, of the environment as a specific aspect of peace building within peace and conflict resolution circles. It touches so many areas of interest to historians, the history of diplomacy and international relations, the history of civil society and government structures, the history of economics, social and cultural history, the history of gender and sexuality, the history of war and peace, and of course, the history of the many different countries and regions of the world that historians study. So, Carl, my understanding from engaging with the work of yourself and your colleagues is that the environment is a relatively new addition to the realm of peace building, although, as you pointed out, one very much with ancient roots, and that the work of this field is growing tremendously rapidly. So with that in mind, I'd like to pose two basic questions to you, which I hope are of interest. The first has to do very simply with what the environment is from the perspective of peace builders. You raised this issue already in your talk with your really interesting discussion of the place of climate change within this field and within the call. There are, of course, natural resources in any given part of the world. These might be sources of conflict, or the wise use of them might facilitate an equitable and lasting post-conflict settlement. Then there are the broader and perhaps less tangible aspects of the global environment that we all use, but that are rarely described as resources in the same way as, for example, oil or copper, or even something like water. And I'm talking here about the basic fabric of the planet, the capacity of Earth to maintain and support life in ways that are predictable over a period of years, decades, and even centuries. So in essence, I'm wondering, how can we envision and work towards peace in a world that is defined increasingly by instability in the Earth system, from megafires and superfloods to drought and crop failures and mass extinctions? So that's my first question. And my second question then is about the community of thinkers with whom peace builders are engaged and with whom they should be engaged. It seems to me that peace building is already a tremendously interdisciplinary undertaking. At its core, it involves the ability to see multiple sides of an issue and to find common ground where all efforts to do so in the past have, by definition, failed. This is a process of communication, of listening, of exchanging ideas, and of innovating. So what I'd like to ask you is, for peace building to be environmental, what new parties need to be brought into the picture? What voices that we have not been listening to should we work to start hearing? So that's my second question. The first being a question of definitions, the second a question of strategy. And I'd like to explain why I'm asking these questions specifically. I ask them because in a different context, they've been very much on my own mind. My fellow historians have in recent years been engaged in a process of rethinking what we understand the environment to be. And we've had to begin engaging new friends in conversations to be able to move forward in our own discipline. It's been an important set of developments, but we historians remain very much in the middle of that process. And in addition to my genuine curiosity about the future direction of peace building, I would also be immensely grateful if you could provide insights of use for my own scholarly context. So in history, as in many other disciplines, the environment has of late been a topic of tremendous concern. The formal remit of historians is admittedly the past, but just like our colleagues in other fields, the true object of our research is ultimately present. The happenings of the contemporary world shape the way that we understand the past, and we study past events in turn as a method of building knowledge that can help our societies move forward in productive ways. It's certainly no surprise that in a world experiencing unprecedented environmental crisis, we historians would be looking back at the past with new eyes. I don't mean to suggest that historians of past generations were unconcerned with the environment. In fact, far from it. Historians have long recognized that the environment is the basic substrate of human society. It's from the resources of the earth that civilizations are built and from which social affairs emerge. But for many decades, historians generally considered the natural history of the environment to move at a slower pace than the more frenetic tempo of human history. The French historian Fernand Braudel famously imagined time as moving at a variety of simultaneous paces. For Braudel, environmental time was the slowest pace of all. The time it took for mountain ranges to form, an ocean basin to fill, or for a species to evolve. The environment still mattered, but only in the most primordial and elementary of ways. And the directionality of influence was clear. It was the environment that, for the most part, affected human beings, and rarely the other way around. For historians whose craft is defined by careful analysis of the correct ordering of time, you can imagine what a shock it has been to take on board the realities of our era of environmental calamity. Fast-moving process like climate change is, for the historian, not merely an affront to moral sensibilities and a blow to global stability. It's also a distinctly professional provocation. The release of greenhouse gases from an internal combustion engine in 1914, or from a coal-fired power plant in 1932, it turns out, has relevance for any number of questions pertaining to human health and safety in 2023. The rule books laid down by historians like Braudel no longer apply. Our sense of beginnings and endings have been thoroughly upended. It's frankly chronological chaos. The environmental crises of the 21st century have begun to force historians to undergo a wholesale reevaluation of our understanding of what the human past is. The basic rubrics we have used to decide whether a given event, historical process, or social movement was good or bad have to be reconsidered. What were the main legacies of World War II, the Cold War, or the modern age? If the very act of striving for human freedom has itself produced environmental crises that threaten that freedom through the destruction of biodiversity or the exacerbation of the greenhouse effect, should it now become the role of the historian to suggest ways of limiting human freedom? Questions that once seemed settled are being reopened for a second viewing. Grappling with these questions has forced us to develop new interdisciplinary friendships, led by scholars such as Julia Adeni Thomas, Dipesh Chakrabarty, and many others. We historians have been talking with geologists, atmospheric chemists, and other earth scientists who have been helping us to think through our collective crisis of chronology. We've been quite taken with the concept of the Anthropocene, a new geological epoch that has replaced the Holocene epoch, which extended over the past approximately 12,000 years since the end of the last ice age. Anthropocene, which means the epoch of humans, refers to a time when human beings have become the primary drivers of environmental change in the Earth system. It remains contested as a concept, but consensus is emerging that it probably started around 1950 or 1960. There's a lot that one could say about the concept of the Anthropocene and how it is being taken up by historians, but what I really wanted to say is that to solve a problem at the core of our discipline, a problem posed by the need to bring the environment in, we really could not simply just talk among ourselves. In fact, we could not remain in the humanities and social sciences. In many respects, to do history at the broadest scale in the 21st century, we have had to talk with colleagues from many different disciplinary contexts, including with earth scientists. And this finally brings me back to the two questions I posed. First, I wondered about the meaning of environment in environmental peace building. And second, I asked about the opportunities for engagement with colleagues from various fields. I'd be really happy to hear any thoughts you have, Carl, on these two questions, or you can feel free to take the conversation in an entirely different direction. I'm sure that there will be many questions for you from the audience. And finally, I'd like to thank you again for your work and for this chance to share a few reflections from my own position in the discipline of history. So thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Carl, before you jump into those really small questions, thank you, Ben. We do have 15 minutes before we have to move to our next activity. So just to give you a time check there, please, the floor is yours.
Well, I was just wondering if you'd like me to respond or if there are other questions we should take at this point.
I'll put it to the audience. Are there other questions along the lines of Ben's or even separately? We can maybe come up with a few more and then we can hear from Carl in the 15 minutes we have left. Yeah, okay.
Geologist. As a geologist, I'm just sort of curious, reflecting upon the reflection. How often in your space, recognizing I'm an outsider to this space, is the sort of phrase or term of saving the planet or saving the environment used? Just curious. In my space as a geologist, we don't say that because, quite frankly, the planet will be fine, right? It's our lifestyle that we're trying to save. The dinosaurs had a much larger impact on our planet. We have data than we have had, and they were here for much longer. And so I'm just curious about that phrasing because it was the thing that struck me, and I'm not trying to throw the historian under the proverbial bus, right? I'm just curious because it does change the way we interact with the concept of environment, if it's something to be saved or a set of principles. I would also suggest that as geologists, we don't think of the Earth system in chaos. We think of it as a balanced response system. So, and I say this mostly because working across disciplines requires us to come up with new words, right? And new pieces of language, such as the Anthropocene, right? And so that's why I'm asking, right? Not to say that they're wrong or incorrect, but it struck me as like, as a geologist.
Carl, did you hear that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you, Becca, for that. Any other provocations or thoughts, questions?
I just want to say, Becca, there are no outsiders. I think we've established.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
All right, well, Carl, why don't you run with those thoughts and maybe we'll see. what time remains, maybe we can
Sure.
another battery of questions.
So the first question being, what is the environment? There are a lot of different answers there. As Ben noted, there are resources. Some of them are renewable, some are not. Some are renewable but not used renewably. There are ecosystem functions and ecosystem services. There's the built environment. Can have public health impacts, as we're seeing, say, in Ukraine, which up until just a couple of years ago, they were one of the leading consumers of asbestos for residential buildings. And so now they have a lot of apartment complexes that are rubble, and they're trying to figure out how to deal with all that war rubble. And it turns out it's hazardous waste. And then you have, I think, other conceptualizations of environment that get very much tied up with identity and culture. That it's not so much about the services, it's about a sense of place that often gets tied up in territory and territorial competitions. I think all of those are there, and there probably are a few that I'm not thinking about. But I do think that I think very broadly when I think about the environment here. The question of, for peace building to be environmental, what sort of new voices do we need? And Ben, you had used the term interdisciplinary, and I think it's yes and. So it's all these different disciplines, and it's the communities and practitioners and the ones who are not so much defined by a sector or a discipline. And that, I think, is what is so wonderful about the transdisciplinary work that the Belmont Forum supports. It is interdisciplinary, but then it has this integral part of the practitioners and the communities. And so I think that is, but as a starting point, it is still relatively new in this field. And I think just getting to talk to one another, figure out when we say this word, what do you mean? What do I mean? There's a lot of thing that we have. And I find it very interesting, kind of as a lawyer. I mean, I was trained as a physicist and then as a lawyer, and to start talking to political scientists, that's another world unto itself. But I learned in the process, and I think that there's a big trend in recent years, even as we are defining what is environmental peace building, to decolonize it. And I think that this is where life gets both very interesting and very challenging. When we talk about what are different ways of knowing, and then we talk about what is a fact. And people may know things that are not facts. And how do we engage in that? But I do think that there is an very important aspect of trying to engage the people who are in these situations. And then the question of how often do we say, save the planet? I don't hear it much in day-to-day conversation. I do hear things like existential threat on a regular basis when it comes to climate change, when it comes to biodiversity loss, when it comes to pollution, the triple planetary crises. The environmental community is, both explicitly and implicitly, this is why people do this. This is why they stay up late. This is why they work weekends. This is why they spend 2 weeks a year at COP. This is something that we are, it's not just trying to save the planet. The planet will be here. It's life on this planet. It's human quality of life. It's the species that we care about. It's the landscapes that we care about, and not having them paved over. I find it very interesting to think this, that there's a discipline out there that doesn't think that we are unbalanced. It's like, oh man, it's so different from the world that I live in, which is a very dynamic, fluid world, complex system. I understand that things move very slowly on geologic scales, but we have an extinction that is unprecedented even by dinosaur standards. This is so I think that it is very interesting to think about how do we understand these things at different time scales, and then you start getting into policy. That the time scale from the researcher to the geologist, you move the other direction to policy, and it's what can we do in the next year, two, maybe four, and so it's a very different set of incentives and understandings. And I think that the question of how we actually operationalize this in part depends on how we frame it for policy, and I think that is a huge challenge. And I don't have good solutions for that.
Thank you for those responses, Carl. Are there other questions or follow-ups? Yeah, Lester, speak loudly this way, please.
I'll try. I'm a sociologist who studies social movements, and I haven't heard a lot about that. It seems like none of these changes we're looking at will happen unless there are massive uprising of social movements. And how do we do that?
Right. Did you hear that, Carl?
I did, and I'd like to turn it back on you, who are the expert on social movements. We do have, there are a lot of sociologists and anthropologists that are working in this space. They tend to work a lot more on local conflicts, social conflicts, sometimes around environmental justice or hard rock mining. And it's often problem-centered. I love your framing of, okay, here's, we need a social movement. How do we actually make that work? I would say, how do we transform things in, 1968 to 1980, at least at the domestic level? And how do we do that again in a world where you have the echo chambers of social media and your own feed, where you don't have a common understanding of the world? I don't know how we do that. And I think that is a fantastic research question. Ben, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that from a historical perspective.
Well, I wanted to maybe bring it back actually to something that you said earlier in your first responses, which is about the difficulty of interpretation and the difficulty of identifying a sort of a common set of facts or narratives in the work that you do. And I wanted to connect that also to your background and your expertise as a lawyer and your work in international law. And I was just very curious, how do you think about the development of sort of new insights coming out of social movements or coming out of disciplines like sociology or geology or history, and the way that they interact with the institutions that are on the ground that have a set of principles for the ways that they act, that are laid down in a previous time period with a different set of facts that they may be working with, or a different set of understandings of the way that the world worked at the time that those agreements or laws or regulations or constitutions or whatever they may be were originally written. I was just curious how, from a practitioner standpoint, you think about that really tricky question of interpretation being fluid and dynamic vis-a-vis the stability of institutions that already exist.
Got 2 minutes for that one, Carl.
I think one of the challenges is how many different disciplines are needed here. And I think this is one of the reasons why a journal like Environment and Security is important, because I don't know the literature coming out of sociology on social movements. And I have my own history from environmental law and the environmental policy, but I recognize that that was in one country at a very particular time with different technologies. I don't know how that lesson is to what we're currently facing. And I that also is not the area that is my particular expertise. So I think it's a really important question. I also don't have a particular answer to it, because that would be somebody like Lester, who is a specialist in social movements. It's like, please, I would love to hear what you have learned from the different social movements. And some of it is, at the global level, but there's also a lot of stuff at the local level or national level, and and it may not apply at different scales. And I think that was one of the things I had in my list of research questions. To what extent does scale matter? To what extent does the nature of the conflict matter? You have people working on environmental peace building and social conflicts, and people working on environmental peace building between, in the Middle East, between Gaza, well, it was Palestine, Jordan, Israel. Those are very different contexts, but a lot of the analyses are very similar. So I think that the question of, the new insights, we need this space, and we need all the different disciplines coming into that space to be sharing what tools they have and how that might be adapted here.
And with that, Carl, and Ben as well, we just want to thank you for the provocations that went from the very specific to the grand timescales of geologic time. Thank you again for sharing our lunch hour with us. And Dr. Richard Ishun, I'm so sorry we didn't have a chance to get to your question, but you can put it in the chat directly to Carl. Okay, we're going to move on. We'll keep the the Zoom room open, but we're going to move on to our next activity here together, which is, let's see. In the time that we have remaining, which is about 2 hours, we're going to take another break. We're going to take a short coffee break, not right now. But the first thing we're going to do is spend time in plenary right now defining some priority themes. And the reason that we're going to do that is that we're also going to spend, after we do that collectively, you each are going to have the chance to go to a group, to join a group that is going to define that theme and really spend some time going deep in that particular area to provide some guidance for the framers of this call, right? This is again, we're going to collectively discuss kind of what the groups will focus on. Hopefully we'll get about, between 4 and 7 different themes, which then again, you can choose which one to go to and help frame it out in terms of what we already know about this particular area, what we need to know, and what perhaps some of the opportunities for moving into and operationalizing that area of research to practice might be. Okay, so to get us started, and again, this is going to be a participatory session right now for about 20-25 minutes. There are a few priority thematic areas that we in the organizing committee kind of identified over the past couple months. Right. And so I think they're in the agenda, but I've adjusted them a little bit based on what we've already been talking about and sharing all morning. One is the priority of studying climate-driven migration and conflict, as well as the associated backdraft from adaptation and mitigation efforts associated with climate. Right. So this is a kind of area which we can subdivide. And I think we did hear, forget who it was mentioning vulnerability to climate shocks, and what maybe it was it Daniel? It sounds like you, yeah. Yeah, I think it was, and I wrote down, yeah, so the vulnerability to climate shocks in an already hot conflict, right? So in something that we're already, where we see conflict, how climate shocks, exacerbate those problems. So that's one kind of peer, or one area possibly that a group could focus on. Second, peace building through environmental issues as common grounds for collaboration between parties after a conflict, right? The bringing together of people post-conflict, or perhaps to retire a conflict through demining, ecological repair, conservation issues, equitable access to resources. Third, institutional cooperation across various scales for peace building and natural resource management, water use, land tenure, rights equity. There certainly is overlap there between 2 and 3, but focusing on institutional, perhaps research on how to move between scales effectively, right? Resilience and response. This came out a lot earlier today too, to focus maybe less on risk. There's a lot of focus on risk, but instead to really take stock of and asset map even local knowledge and assets in response to floods, droughts, wildfires, climate change, and other environmental hazards that are distributed unequally in a particular place. Those are 4 that we've already identified. Maybe they're right, maybe they're not. There's a bunch of others that I, in my brain, kind of wrote down and have added. So I'm going to go through these. And again, we may want to discard, we may want to come up with other ones. That's what we'll do in the discussion. Number 5 there, conflict sensitivity has come up a lot, right? And I'm sure there is work on it, but the theory to practice nexus seems like it's right for more research. Conflict sensitivity and conservation, climate programming, and another word that's hot in my field, but maybe not so much here, bioeconomy, right? The notion of growing economic opportunities for folks without destroying the environment is an interesting place, maybe also to think about the context of social cohesion and peace building, etc. Number 6 here, best practices, right? Research on best practices in environmental peace building, theories, methods, data, ethics, inclusion, consolidating what we already know and evaluating ways to course correct. Research on course correcting and how one does that would I think, be very, very instructive to the broader field. This is something Carl mentioned, and Carl's work, of course, and many in this room, right? Strengthening the monitoring and evaluating, or M&E practices, data, evidence, transparency, and being able to show robust evidence for solutions and interventions that work, whether they are, conceptualized as comparative and broad global framework, or in a very, very particular local framework. I think you can still demonstrate evidence for effectiveness or ineffectiveness regardless of scale, right? So the scale question is maybe an important element here as well. And then Tegan mentioned this, the support for peacemakers, mediators, as well as peace builders. And this connected to things that I heard at many tables, including the Rockstar table that I happen to be part of, capacity building, right? Capacity building for, and this is part of what Belmont Forum allows, right? Is that it's researchers in partnership with stakeholders. Well, building up the capacity of those stakeholders to gain access to training, gain access to data that's useful, right? And to really be able to build that capacity throughout the research process, but then have it be strong at the end of the research process as well. So these are potential areas for a group to focus on and then spend 45 minutes really framing out. There are probably things that aren't here. Some of these might not be interesting. So let's discuss now. We want to come up with at least 4, at most maybe 8 groups that can go and really work on this in the next little bit. Thoughts?
I think number 2 is could be combined not only after conflict, but during the conflict,
okay.
In conflict and post-conflict societies. And I don't know, it's just a quick suggestion while I'm still holding this. Best practices could be part of everything.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Go back to number 2 and build off of what Karina said, not just during conflict. I think if there are actual, if there's evidence of peace building for environmental issues, then we need to add in conflict prevention. In other words, what in the broader conflict resolution field, or peace building, if there is evidence of common ground collaboration actually paying off, how do we demonstrate, how do we incorporate that prior to conflict?
Right, okay,
The like two cycles of conflict.
yep, good, okay. Yeah. Other thoughts, I'll try to add that as best I can without making it way too text heavy. Are there any champions who see something, you know, that they really want to have up here that isn't?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Erica,
Right, I have a procedural question.
yes.
So generally speaking, the call text will try to identify an umbrella
Mhm.
around environmental peace building or whatever it should be called, that would be inclusive and would allow, you know, these collaborations to come together. So I might flip this and say, is there anything we shouldn't prioritize? And are there things that might be easier for us to find funders to align with to be able to support? So, you know, it's a financial side of the coin. It's also, are there existing international transdisciplinary efforts around certain aspects of environmental peace building that could respond? Or are we creating with these 8 something completely new that might need additional support?
Wouldn't have ready-made traction in the feeds, right? Okay, that's really helpful too. Yeah. Yes.
I sort of have like a genuine question because I want to understand the boundaries of how we're thinking. Because this is a room full of practitioners and academic practitioners and people that work a lot and policymakers. Is it part of the conversation to think about how all of this feeds back into something like, let's say, social theory, with the premise that theory drives research questions, and so there's a way, or are we just sort of setting that aside for today to talk about sort of more of the practical policy implications of this? It just came to mind, so.
Yeah, that's a great question. Anyone want to respond? I haven't, but open it up.
I mean,
Yeah.
we had a bit of a conversation about it at our table about, and it's more structural. Who should lead? Because a lot of the conversation we were having was very localized. And so there could be, you know, depending on the funders that come together, language in the call text that says the consortium lead should be from that country or that community. And, you know, sort of putting them into a role of shaping what should be done. You know, there are tweaks like that that can be done that can shift dynamics in how the projects or the funded activity comes together.
Sorry, I meant like social theory, not theory. Is that, you're talking about theory of change?
I'm talking about how, you know, these are coming, like you said, you know, kind of from the room and from an academic perspective rather than being sort of grassroots from the communities. In a transdisciplinary triangle, it should all be equal, but we could put particular emphasis on one part of the triangle. And so that could change everything, and that the requirement would be sort of a stakeholder-led activity, or something
Inquiry.
like this.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
language could be, it requires the funders to be on board with that concept, but that could be a recommendation that we.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah, I think this is kind of picking up on what we're talking about. I'm thinking it may fit into number 6. But what are the indigenous resources, knowledge and culture,
Yeah.
and so on,
Mhm.
that can help? And I'm thinking, like, for example, my wife wrote an article on Ubuntu. It's like Ubuntu as peace building.
Mhm.
And she didn't really deal with the environment so much directly, but is a really powerful concept across many African cultures. It has a lot to do, shares a lot of, I think, a lot of insight into how we relate to each other and how people relate to each other and therefore the environment.
Definitely.
And then also how we can use that to mobilize change.
Right, right. I think it's an excellent point. Part of what is being flagged here is local knowledge and assets.
Yeah.
Is that, yeah, sort of traditional ecological knowledge or, traditions and experiences that are place-based that we often, in parachute kind of scenarios, we don't see, don't valorize and don't try to take to an appropriate scale for support and research. Yeah.
We talked a lot about that, and like, what are people actually doing a good job of
Right.
listening to people and gaining local knowledge?
Anything that we shouldn't be? Oh, yeah, sorry.
Well, I guess this is sort of cautionary bit, shouldn't be.
Yeah.
I think when we talk about local knowledge and assets, we need to be very careful that we're not framing it in an extractive way.
Excellent.
And so, I've heard a number of people, including people, when you go into a particular community, they really react negatively, or when you say, I'm here on a listening tour, I'm here to listen. It sort of give us your knowledge.
Yes. Yeah.
And then we'll do something with it. So I think we have to incorporate agency or ways in which it's more about not just, tapping into, but really helping to enable local communities both to frame the issues, but then take the lead.
It speaks to concerns that Ken brought up, or Carl brought up about decolonization. I think it speaks to some of the social theory questions, some feminist praxis questions that related our table early on as well, right? Yeah, other thoughts?
It's like a not nicely shaped thought at all.
Bring it on.
So I'm just gonna throw some words out. I mean, I think, so one, thinking about the broader context that is occurring sort of around this topic of environmental peacebuilding, right? You have the emergence, this came up in our conversation with the sun, like AI, right? And you have wildly shifting demographics where a lot of the youthful population is in one part of the world and a lot of aging populations is over here. And we have a workforce that's not yet prepared for a future that is being reshaped by climate change, right? So these are like sort of big questions, but they're not irrelevant to the environmental peacebuilding conversation, right? So how do, and when you think about AI in particular, I'm not totally understanding what AI is, but my understanding is that it's building on existing knowledge, right? But most of that knowledge is going to be knowledge that was built on sort of existing infrastructures of power that don't incorporate ideas like intersectionality, right? So how do you connect the potential of environmental peace building with the potential of AI with a broader understanding of who needs to be at the table directing change? So that, if you could just write that down.
Yes. My apologies, I had this written down before,
Yeah.
but I think what you've given us is this, okay, if we're in the midst of another industrial revolution that is global, you look at the past industrial revolutions, they were not anywhere near equitable in terms of the, risks that were distributed and the benefits that were distributed, right? So how can we introduce global equity into a technological revolution such as AI?
Yeah.
Right, that would then be relevant for peace building, right?
You could use AI to turn that into.
This may not be a very popular opinion, but I'm looking at Kaylee in particular. The climate-driven migration and conflict seems out of place here to me.
Okay.
I agree.
The backtracked issue, absolutely not.
Okay, I love that.
And it's not that I don't believe that the issues around migration and conflict aren't deserving of an enormous amount of attention. They are, but it seems different than where the rest of the topics are headed.
Okay.
Well, it's
Everyone
more
heard-
like a topic than a theme, right? It's, yeah, like maybe fits under.
If it's helpful, we just closed the call on migration.
Yeah, so you're done with
Okay.
that.
At least one of the projects was focused on.
I still believe there is an issue there, a very serious issue, then the entire nations will be forced to lose their sovereignty and move in different places. It's been a lot of very significant problem, and what are predictions of conflict between host communities and relocating communities? It's an entire area of its own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it is.
Okay. I think it kind of gets back to the point that I raised earlier, that it has seemed as though the conversation here has focused at a very local level. And that is an issue which really cuts across into the international policy space, as well as what I think we've been doing as well.
No, I can respond for local because, no, this is wonderful because I feel this is what I'm working right now with in Fiji and Marshall Islands, and it's extremely local. We're actually helping to design dialogue between local communities and government during this participatory government process, because law in Fiji allows 60% of agreement and relocate communities. How you deal with it on a very, very local level. City, how you relocate city with a mayor, and the entire city structure into other place, and it's extremely localized. I'm not speaking about climate change and the big, I'm speaking about like impact on like 8 atolls already in Fiji already developed.
Is it maybe the case that climate-driven migration and conflict can be separated from backdraft, that they're different?
Fundamentally.
They're different. Fundamentally, different. Yeah, for sure. Okay.
Well, I appreciate that Clayton, Lauren, and the others, all had a similar reaction, just that that particular framing is not in the same vein as the other things, which makes it challenging.
Right.
And for all the reasons discussed. Yeah. But what I was thinking is one of the things that was mentioned today is what is often perceived as a risk is that climate is going to take up all the air in the room when it comes to environment, which I think we're all aware of. And also climate needs a lot of air. And so maybe an answer here is to reframe that one, to acknowledge the particular place of climate within the environmental peace building conversation around opportunities for funding and focus. And it's not migration is one issue in that bucket, but it is not necessarily predominant or alone. And that might also allow us to constructively add into that basket the backdraft issues or not. But I think it could actually, while my initial reaction was, my secondary reaction is, I think climate might productively serve as a topic that we should at least consider or talk about because of its particular.
Does this help? Climate-driven challenges should be still bring?
Climate, you can say climate and environmental peace,
Climate.
climate change and environmental peace building.
And we're just back.
Yeah.
We're just kind of repeating on the same as the title.
It's so.
And backdraft becomes an element of that?
So
Is
what do
that
you mean?
logically?
Well, I mean, I guess I just heard climate change and environmental, or climate and environmental change and peace building, but I think that's the title of our entire workshop, so. I mean, it's a great title. I mean, I'm all for defining things by the definition, but,
I think there's a little bit of a difference here. Climate change is an element of environment, right? Not, so environmental peace building is broader of what climate change is so big that we need to maybe address that, but that then leaves room for other factors as well.
I went back, I mean, climate change has everything, everything, I'm sorry, like, you can't separate out, like, that goes back to, someone said, climate change can't be separated from everything else, like, you can't.
I'm just saying, from a theme perspective as a PI,
Mhm.
how would I not say my proposal fills that theme?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying it makes a box that everyone can check.
I see. Yes.
Why are we finding all these other things?
Thank you.
Just to get us-
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, because we could go round and round for days, right? So what we'd like to do in the time that we have left is to spend an hour in focused groups trying to frame out what a particular theme, could look like in the call, right? So if we identify, for example, resilience and response, right? Research on how local community resilience can, be instrumental in environmental peace building before, during, after a conflict, right? That's an area that then group who is interested in can begin to write up what we know about it, what we need to know, opportunities for, moving forward. So we want to try to get as specific as, well, not as specific necessarily. We want to try to get the right kinds of themes that speak to your imaginations so that we can then have some writing come out of it, right? Some framework. Does that make sense?
Okay, so then the idea would not be to have as many things as possible and leave it as present as possible. Because we
Correct.
can always add into
Correct.
any of these stuff, any of these things.
That's right. Yeah.
And also a friendly amendment, this is for discussion, right? So this is the fourth scoping, we will have more scoping. No offense, what you say here does not go into the call text
Not
necessarily.
That's right.
If you, put in more time, maybe.
Yeah.
But I just, maybe.
That's helpful. Yeah. Ken,
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think, let's keep our purpose in mind.
Yeah.
We can, one at a time, sorry. Let's keep our purpose in mind, right? The Belmont a theme is good here. It's an underdeveloped theme. It's a knowledge gap to be filled, or if it's something that the Belmont Forum is particularly well suited to engage in. We don't need to organize space in this field that we're kind of drifting
The
into.
entire
So
field,
I think
that's
climate security is out because it's the one piece of this that has gotten overwhelmingly the most attention. There is conflict. CIPRI and Adelphi and a bunch of people are doing that work. And you're not gonna reinvent it, and I know that's the last thing that we would like to do. I suspect these are good enough. We're gonna vote with our feet anyway, and if people can use one of these buckets as a way to redefine it and come out with, here's 3 areas and you should prioritize. I think that's what we're going.
That is exactly what we're going for. Yeah.
So I would advise us to just
Yeah.
go where you want. If one doesn't get populated, there's your message.
That's right. Yep.
And give us the time to actually generate the idea.
Exactly. Erica.
Okay, on a second, and just said, but also I want to get back to what Becca said, and bring up climate here just in general. So we heard from Carl. What we've also heard from in the scoping that we did for migration was climate was not the driver. Nobody, none of the migrating communities that we talked to, they did not put that as their number one. That's not why they were, their personal motivation was always something else. And so I wonder if we're imposing climate in this space. And if, if you're engaging in a peace building activity, if you ask them what the conflict was, would they say it was due to climate change? So I'm just wondering if that is something, what is the feeling on that? If the call was developed and, we're looking to bring funders on board, if climate was there or not there, do you think that makes a difference?
I mean, I think a lot of the ways that it comes out in conversations with our farms were not yielding, like whatever, we're not getting the same yields as we used to. Like it comes out in different ways. And I would also say that I know ELI was sitting in the Marshall Islands, and people had left the Marshall Islands, not because of climate change, but they weren't going back to the Marshall Islands because of climate change. So I think the conversation between on climate change and mobility is a pretty cool, the big one on its own, but it is really well covered.
Yeah.
A lot of things. So I don't know that we need to get into it necessarily here, but just to say that that's interesting to hear, from the conversations that you've had. But I would say that sometimes climate change is not discussed as climate change.
Right.
Taking it away from climate change, I would suggest collapsing what is now 4 and 5.
these two? Yeah.
I just, I think there's a lot of comments around understanding theories of change, but I think that's work measuring methods. How do we expand beyond, how do we take what we know in one place and try and experience, and put in interventions in another place? It's course correcting and expansion. So it just, in the interest of trying to find slightly but smaller number of groups, I think you can combine those into a single lesson.
Agreed. Yes.
Yeah, I also want to recommend maybe backing off the last one because I like it. So I'm not, I think we need to include it in other ones. I mean, I think AI, machine learning, ChatGPT, whatever, it's rolled out. It's like, it writes our emails for us. Like it's part of all of the other solutions and we need to use technology to our advantage. So I would suggest including like more technical solutions in those other ones instead of having it in its own category.
Is there agreement on that? There may not be enough as we go with our feet to build out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
that's right. Yep. Okay.
Jeremy, I think you should delete backdraft too, because conflict sensitivity in
I was
climate
going to
programming is
suggest
sort of
that
the reverse.
conflict
Yeah.
sensitivity would be merged with backdraft, but
Yeah.
we can just lop off backdraft. Okay. Come on. Oh, let's pretend.
No, I remember.
Just doesn't want to go away. Ghost in the machine. So, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's talk about this one, supporting peacemakers as well as peace builders. The ethical and moral injunction, is there research or programming that can be attached to this as we frame it out?
Go ahead. I think that this falls very well in line with the having a call for proposals and looking at what support mechanisms would be needed, not only for a grant to take place, but what would need to sustain it and make that successful. So we could even frame it within that grant mindset for Belmont Forum.
Got it. Okay, sorry.
And that could take the shape of pre-work support needed during the process, as well as what will make that program sustainable after a funding period.
This would have just died on it.
No.
Sustaining capacity. Yay, okay. Reintroduce numbers here so that we don't lose our minds. And a bit bigger. Are there things that aren't here that should be? And we're doing good on time. And to Ken's point, right? If some of these don't develop, that's fine. If they're kind of half cooked, that's fine too, because this isn't the end of the scoping process overall. Take a look at these 6. Do you find yourself in one of these buckets, or more than one potentially? If you find yourself alone in a bucket, can you go to another one?
Can you make it bigger again?
Yeah, I will. Now we have, as you consider these, we have spaces all throughout this floor where groups can go to have more focused conversations, okay? A couple groups could stay in here, but there's also 2 breakout rooms that I think some of the students or Carolina and I could show you. There's the library space as well. It's going to be important to have, I'll come back to this in a second. It's going to be important to have your laptops and to work out of number 4. This is the theme sessions. You'll see in there a bunch of documents that say theme 1, theme 2, theme 3, theme 4, theme 5, theme 6, something like that. Please change the number that's there as the title right now to your actual theme, right? So that we're not just stuck in numbers. But to begin with, if you are on number 4, use number 4, right? Kind of how we've been doing before. So, peace building through environmental issues, institutional cooperation, resilience and response, conflict sensitivity, best practices, and supporting peacemakers as well as peace builders. Are we ready to part ways? Crucially, this time we're gonna hear from the groups as well afterwards, after a break. What's that?
No, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna take,
Oh.
we're strategizing.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
How do we know where to go? Exactly, right. So what I would like to do to, on this very important programmatic or processual question,
Like 1, 2,
you can repurpose those, yep, and if we have a champion who wants to stand up right now and say, not that you're gonna lead, but that you know you wanna be in resilience and response, then you can kind of grab the number 3 and say, you know, who's with me? And then we can find a space, right? And we can kind of organically self-organize, okay? So we have 6.
We can have one and we can still heal, we can go something.
Yep. So Carol, are you a champion for number 1? Okay.
Number 1, want to go to number 1? How do you-
We have a champion for number 2. Here it is. Here, okay, bring it to you.
Going with you, Carolina.
There you go.
Number 1.
Number 3.
The boys do.
Champion for number 3. So Marissa has number 3. Once you get enough people, you can go wherever you like. Just make sure you have your laptop. Number 4, conflict sensitivity. There are other rooms available. That's why I made them. You have a champion for number 5. Okay, 5. Take number 5. No, you're not by yourself.
Not at all.
We'll have a safety.
Or us both.
It's possible that her book will come out at the same time.
I don't know anything about that. I know a lot about
Well, it's confusing, you know, between 1, 3, 4.
That's.
Right?
Yeah.
Fine, I don't have a lot of time.
Just kidding, you're kind of small.
I was short before.
You're doing 5? Oh, good. Yeah, I will.
No pressure. Think about this, man.
You're actually in a great position to have your review.
Let me get it. Stop. I'm trying to win tonight. Yeah.
That's the one that I can't make up my mind. Between 3 and 4.
But, yeah. Hi. We have spoken. I feel like I don't know why. I think I'm Lauren, but also better, maybe not. Oh. Okay. Oh, okay, okay, all right. It's good to be here. So I have not- Very nice.
I know, like, it just.
It's just trying to
I know too.
So it's
Yeah. When I find a hospital, it's that's like.
Anyone here working on Brook 4? 3, 5, 2.
Okay, well, that, and yourself.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say.
Dick's back here.
Yeah, if there's anyone.
Oh, Lauren Reese.
Good.
Don't worry about my questions. I don't want to.
Keep it going.
Just say hello. Good to see you.
Well, we were in the same small tree.
that for us. A real like working together.
Anyone would like to use another breakout room? There isn't, there are.
Do you want me to read you guys that?
Yeah.
Okay. So, question 1 is what do we know about this area? And they suggest that should be about 25% of our. Second, what are the knowledge gaps in this area? What will we need to know in 10 to 25 years? That should be about 50. And then last, how should we prioritize these?
Research station about our in the Antarctic or.
Okay, well, we know a lot. But we are turning away that. Some of you know me, I have been using environmental, so that's pretty much part of what we like, that's we study how human and natural systems interact. So one thing that not enough attention is paid to is the fact that local knowledge is commodity. Just by gender as well as by the division of different people in the community are going to have different kinds of knowledge. And some people are going to know much more about those issues, for instance, other people are going to know more about plants that might be useful.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So I'm about that. So local knowledge is one.
No. I was there. I was one who offered it.
Sectional knowledge and
$25,000.
from being applied. That just because it's going to be adapted, and there's no case. I mean, the ethnographic record is literally the purpose of
whole communities that disappear because they fail to adapt to community development. Just because the local economy has we cannot assume that.
So we were on our questions, I think our first line.
So what do you know? Environmental change, process resilience in terms of the ability to resolve.
Well, I mean, I think like at the point. Something that I maybe understood, but I wasn't very sure about.
Environmental knowledge. Always phrase over there, it doesn't say anything about Peacebuilding, it doesn't say anything about conflict. That's just all technical environmental, I mean, traditional environmental knowledge.
But I think we can.
Yeah, I think we can change what it says.
Tell them what it said.
They must have been totally read this when we were discussing it. And I was thinking about resilience in terms of community resilience
That's how
to manage conflict related to environmental issues.
conflict and change, right?
Yes.
Like environmental.
So local strategies for conflict resolution.
Well, I don't, and I'm not, so that's the other thing where I differ from this, like, I think local knowledge is part of it, but it's like, I think it'd be more interesting to think about. Like, what Jeremy was talking about, the scales of decision making, right? Like, how do you create local knowledge in different levels of decision? Well, that's to actually.
Yeah, it's one of the gaps. And then it.
One thing we're lacking is not so much a recognition that it is important, but then
How do you do it? Yeah.
so that's what we're connected in, not
Like gap would be like, how do you meaningfully engage local knowledge in different levels of decision? Like that, there's a recognition that we need to do it, but then how? Like, what are the structures that need to be developed to allow that to happen in a better, non-extractive way? That recognizes that local knowledge is not as much in this
And
and always.
ways of knowing.
Water,
Yeah.
goes into above.
Yeah, yeah.
Some people have deep experiential knowledge, some people have practical experience as practitioners, some people have analytic influence of knowledge, so. I don't know, I think the local.
Yeah.
I think we talk about local knowledge, but we're really talking about power relations in a way, and so. Just framing it as local knowledge, as though there was this one, this is pretty much, this is kind of local, seamless, there's this seamless body of understanding, that it's the local. It's just adding the local to.
Like, so instead of saying local knowledge, different forms of knowledge, and then in parentheses, i.e. local, experiential, like whatever, how do you?
Well, I think there's a question about agenda setting, power relations, and knowledge is one manifestation. Whose knowledge counts, whose interests count, whose, et cetera, counts, and so I think privileging knowledge in this space is kind of problematic. There's a lot more than just knowledge that needs to be kind of locally empowered.
Yeah.
And it's still got a bit of abstract. So I don't think I would center the whole brain.
Did I realize I said it? I was like, oh, yeah. Yeah.
Right, so not just knowledge, but how people just understand.
Right.
Their own situation. But I guess part of that to kind of help precise we have to be in the language.
There's an example where.
In my experience, sometimes I work out.
It's right, so like this one, how, where it's from.
And so they might not be able to explain to you how they would respond, and I thought the heights are increasingly. They just show you this kind of situation. And so because of the reason
voice of knowledge. Sometimes they can knowledge that is privilege is the one that we use more easily because it's also to be understood. So they're really, as we work for us in a company, how do connect knowledge with what we need to do. How much of this work we have I see a lot of all of it in these ways of understanding. And I don't have a and I've seen people do a fantastic job in collecting that knowledge and it doesn't go anywhere because it's not presented in a way that gets into a report.
One thing I would reflect is how true that is across communities as well, right? It's part of why we do such a poor job of importing best practices from the world of disaster risk reduction into peace building because the type of knowledge and the way that it has been articulated feels foreign, or the people who hold it don't believe themselves to have the right relevant. I think it's basically the same issue, but it's like elevated across.
No resources are not like they here's where the people
And honestly, it's the Belmont, the right place. It's something that's engaging with national science funding bodies and things like that.
I was doing a travel.
I don't know, sort of the thing that we like to say tend to bring together is what it doesn't like they're comparing advantage to suddenly blow the doors off local exclusion. How do I say that, Jeff? I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so is there a way we can frame this that will be actionable for them in some sense? As again, as opposed to sort of, defining how the field should proceed or what principles. Is there a critical element, right? So we know there's a lot of capacity, right, at the local level, and we know that robust solutions are organized around that capacity. Right? I mean, the Red Cross used to do vulnerability assessments, and they finally realized that they do vulnerability and capacity assessments, right? It wasn't just how flood prone you were. It's like, is there a clinic? Do people have radios, capabilities as well, and so on? I think that's kind of the dynamic here. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess there's either like a political conversation about power and inclusion, or there's a sort of a knowledge and capacity conversation about the resources that exist in those local communities that are usable, that need to be centered. And that latter framing feels a little bit more to me like something of Belmont. I mean, they're not going to become the critical theory section of the American Association of Geographers and tell us the right way to deal with, pluralistic cosmologies and so on. But maybe there's something about, centering an environmental peace building initiatives, this idea of building upon local capacity. That they actually could. I don't know. I think that's what we're looking for. A theme like that. I don't know that that's it, but something like that they can act on.
Can I ask the social scientists here? I mean, if I'm thinking about an evaluation of adaptive capacity, there's a set of things that I can look for in individual to community approach, whether whether it's hospitals, whether it's expertise, whether it's governance structures. Power dynamics has always seemed incredibly important, but incredibly difficult to get your head around. Because how do you separate some of the indicators that are happening? And so is there something that can be asked there in terms of how do we develop a
framework that
So the other
helps
part of
us
this is
understand
sort of like what
and
analysis.
how those are shifting.
So we've talked
How do we actually understand the relationships within a community at a personal level, and not just kind of a political level? So, I mean, when I was looking at this initially, I had thought about, you know, the ability, the capacity of the community to address conflicts in the community. And so I was beginning to think about, you know, how do we actually understand cohesion? How do we understand willingness to cooperate better? And maybe there's already stuff out there. I don't know. Like what? But is there something that we can highlight around the need to develop a better sense of indicators around what's really going on at our level? Or a framework on some of these things, or just some kind of stuff already exists, and I'm not familiar with it.
It makes the difference between trying to understand power dynamics more from a theoretical scholarly point of view, and there's a wide range of methodologies to do that. Yeah, they are complicated, but they've been established decades ago. Versus understanding power dynamics in terms of how they affect people's ability to avail themselves of what they need in order to be represented. That is not similar to, for instance, we were talking about, are there hospitals, are there walls?
But I do think, right, the music shop, right, and that is
And
then
availability, but
even within one
is it there, but
US, the funding cycle
is there
so that
that would prevent
folks can't
from avail themselves
do it, right? So maybe it's
gender,
understanding
transformation to
institutional structure and access that for those who are like the flexibility within that.
or we're talking about putting security, the presence of the existence of is not in the way it's distributed depends on
Idea for that.
relationship styles. So I don't think that we necessarily need to examine power dynamics in their entirety, the way that we would if that was the focus of the project. What we need to understand is
like there's
like understanding power dynamics that affect people's
like with that system and like where those.
I guess I'm thinking about the power dynamics that affects the abilities to communicate.
Because it needs to be more specific, like understanding.
And maybe that's, maybe that's not.
I mean, that's a lot of it is conflict. There's a lot of the conflict of interest. Get it, the idea that there are different interests in the community, that there are hierarchies within the community, that you get a lot of people killed with your good intentions, and don't understand, you know, how to navigate that landscape. And, gender, I mean, a range of different things sort of come up there. So I think what we're talking about is kind of an intersection on the one hand of sort of like a vulnerability and capacity assessment. These are the vulnerabilities around resilience, these are the capabilities to adapt in a resilient manner, added to a kind of a conflict sensitivity approach that understands the landscape of power and interests and potential cleavages and conflicts in a particular group or community. So as not to trigger those things. So I think this one in the conflict sensitivity will very
Well, other institutions are.
the conflict sensitivity before material.
Variable.
Things. And like, you know, such change.
What they do is not.
I'm just kind of, I mean, at least within our own culture, there seem to be communities people are willing to accept more easily than others. And so, for example, like the change in environmental situation, I mean, we're talking about power, but also how do other characteristics like willingness to be open to change?
It is a really big question about how do we theorize society and do we ask?
Great, just turning that into a pragmatic that like can be funded and thought about, right, is asking questions about what aspects of a resilient response to a changing environment there are, and then looking at those such as the way that I mean, the story that I have in my head with Korea is Tamani's story about
like,
Tanzania or
there's certain
Zambia with
species
chickens
that are like
come before the flood.
Well,
They stopped coming, don't remember the story.
how do you align
Anyway,
species?
traditional ways of monitoring for change that are overwhelmed. And in that case, I can't remember, I think it was
They should have.
or Mozambique, the local authorities who were meant to provide the early warning information were not trusted. So everyone waited for the ants, and the ants did not come, and the village was flooded. And that intersection of things that overrode resilience is very interesting, because there was this confluence of environmentally physical parameters of change that are studyable and measurable and understandable, together with the dynamics of social and political that affected a previously resilient system. That was complicated, but I think maybe there's some dynamic of understanding resilience within the world of environmental peacebuilding that takes account of those things and proposes a way to understand it better, so that you can then do the work of supporting, modifying, or something like that. Which means to pick up on your idea that clearly there are these dynamics within us as people that are sort of, you can see them if you're looking, if you're asking about how did you change, in what way, at what time, for what reason. Maybe that's like a Belmont type of
system. I feel like I'm doing something like that. I don't know if it's realistic, or if we already have enough material out there that we should.
I mean, there's definitely not enough on resilience, right? Like, and we've even mentioned with as an example, right? The way that we have traditionally conceptualized mechanisms of conflict resolution, how we understand them, and talk about them versus how they really are and how they work, and which ones of those systems are resilient in a context of change. There's not enough.
Regardless of the issues we have, but I think that, you know, studies, you know, with similar to have that as a and our famous biggest companies, previous generation goes to the numbers, there are no customers unless they were possibly remain prepared for each territory by the state, so that it not just about on the ground, for the forest into conservation, in tourism. So anyway, talking about the willingness to change, that was very much dependent on gender and generation. The men in the community, like many of this in the country, is profoundly gerontocratic and cultural. So the elders, the male elders, traditionally in the ones making decisions. And up until recently, part of the authority, the tenure of the series, and that they use the behavior of covering trees, which they're very seasoned and that based on the color of the leaves and different the way we now we have to plant. Now we have to follow the houses different pastures, but because of the unpredictability of precipitation patterns, covering trees are not in the way that it's so
that's going to scare a lot of different.
So in this we're lamenting the erosion of excuse me, women in the exact word. I mean, it is they felt that now it is for them to right. So I was their voices as a junior that's not what the company. So there were working we don't need to do this understand their An example of that communities as a whole are not necessarily more or less well, I guess it's change or more or less resistant to change. I think that most more beneficial by the status quo are more likely to so yeah, so maybe more than just I don't know how that helps. So it's interesting.
I think it really does. I think it really does because when I think about resilience, it doesn't ask those questions, right?
It's all really good.
You know,
Yeah, I
climate
mean, so, but
adaptation,
it is,
resilience,
right,
there's
so
sort of
mentioning
moving
those,
threats,
these are
shocks, and
very
stressors. And then here are some adaptive changes that would ease the pressure or and so on. And it doesn't ask all the social structure questions that you just sort of went through. How does this affect people's interests and identities? What are the latent cleavages around this in this particular community? How does it exist with authority structures and institutions and so on and so forth? And so if there's something that environmental peace building adds to resilience work, it's asking those questions so that resilience and adaptation can proceed in a more equitable, conflict sensitive, inclusive kind of manner. So I think it's great.
Interestingly, I would add here, so from the world of conflict, our dear colleague Joe Hewitt used to preach that resilience is a neutral concept in the world of conflict. It is not neutral, it is normatively good in the world of climate change.
That's right. That's exactly the point.
That is really important, right? Because as a peace builder, as a person managing the dynamic of conflict, the preservation of the status quo is sometimes resiliency, which is arguably better than mass murder and death,
The
right?
way we talk about cooperation here is to say there's always a distributed gain at the end of the cooperative exercise, no matter how broadly socially beneficial or positive or essential some sort of an adaptation might be. It's always triggering with there's always distributed consequences. So the first insight is not to say it is normatively good to create space for women and youth, or it is normatively good to preserve the status quo. The first step is to simply recognize that there's a set of latent tensions around that in your brilliant resilience adaptation.
Yeah, and it is avoiding being paternalistic in our engagement with these things. The job should be to do the observation in a way that doesn't predetermine what and how it functions so much as it is much smarter about the dynamics at play and not tripping over things or changing the power distribution of benefit, right? Inadvertently shifted one or the other without intentionality. But I think that is something actually that environmental peace building really brings to the conversation from climate specifically, right? Because that difference of interpretation of what resilience is, right? So I mean, I think that it is
If you ask water, what's the world water going to look like in 30, 40 years? They will tell you exactly what's going to be. We're going to be storing more water to smooth out the uneasiness. We're going to be charging a higher price for water. We're going to be designing our landscapes flood resilient. And we're going to be recycling our water. And water, those are positive adaptations that will create a more water resilient world. Every one of those is so laden with distributive consequences and conflict. You recycle water up here, you're denying the land resource, all of that sort of stuff and so on. And so it's seeing resilience through that sort of lens. There's a lot of positive cooperative peace building opportunities. So it's really laden with conflict potential and the tools that we've tried to develop over the peace building to navigate that kind of landscape, manage the conflicts and tap these opportunities. It has to be brought to the center of resilience because those changes are coming. I mean, I think water is a good example there, but it's only one example.
In my 16 months. But how long you do that, a little bit different, right? So like, we should and just kind of think, they're all on there, they environmental peacebuilding experience, the first thing security, and that one of the things that's like culture, what and some of the
So there were two things.
yeah, there was. And that in some cases, the ice for water was having a male. I'm sure we could figure out a solution from any. Much more in that way. I had to consider that change efforts. Like how the water, I think with all the many cases, they need almost voluntarily sort of assembly one of the sources or intrinsic. Oh, yeah, yes.
That's great.
Yeah, so anyway, we're comfortable. I know, I guess my initial point was that, while I think that's really definitely right locus of action, eventually the locus of analysis. There is sort of never automatic, and resilience is not, of course, I never wanted to.
They will
Sometimes, right, we ignore that. We're like eating. All of a sudden, I mean, it's true, right? Like once we have stuff in place, that we're like system of tendency.
So what happens?
The existing patterns. So that, and you can only just create system. Maybe that is to ensure that we're saving neutral or positive. Because I think, are we split that out? Can you go back to like, what are the things that they ask us to keep or I don't know what the.
What do we know about this area? What gaps are there? So it should be prioritized.
You know, like the school system.
The most we're talking about.
Just
And we're supposed to spend that about something.
So it's out of order. What are the other ones?
What do we know?
What
What are the gaps?
Also.
How should we prioritize? How should we prioritize the gaps in our?
I don't even know what I'm about to say, Paul.
Right.
So good luck, but what I'm about
I got it down, and we can always shift it.
is the other thing we haven't really talked about that Lauren and I talk about all the time is the success stories, the bright spots, and even somewhere way below really positive description, just what's actually happening that's working, right? There's so many ways in which we don't really know. So I'm spending more time, really on understanding. I'm not even sure how to articulate this because I don't know the frame, right? We'll use the example that Lauren and I have been working on. We know a lot of migration to cities when the city is coming in any number of ways, from leadership to infrastructure to the cultural integration of particular ethnic groups and right? There are very like specific dynamics that you can look and understand, and then you get a good picture of which components of that system are important to replicate if you would like to have successful migration to a city, right? Those are components that we don't, and we just don't necessarily look for that in any number of cases. So I feel like that's an area for work that could really benefit from an infusion of attention and resources. But the way we would define what question is being answered could be anything. I don't know how to find that for this conversation.
What makes it, we talk a lot about that, there's really a.
That's a really
Yeah.
What works?
Right, where you can see that failure.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, yeah.
But
But-
the news media always look at news at least.
And what I know from development is the thing that we could usually do to be most helpful to the field is offer examples that could help them figure out what to do, right? And that starts from a place of functionality. A place where you can replicate something or at least spin off your own idea from something that was a good idea or function.
Like in terms of your examples there are urban areas dealing with the loss of migrants and other situations. I would say that it would be really helpful to me to know what are some of the key indicators of resilience around peace building in the environmental space. Because if I understand where those resiliences are really important, then we understand what might be going to be
Yeah.
and then can talk about ways.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's, in a sense, it's building upon what has worked in other towns, right? To understand what are some of those important indicators of resilience.
No, we're
And we can
not.
help
But like, that's not every province that has quite a bit more level.
That brings us back close to your kind of work that you're doing, for example, with EcoPeace, looking at this sort of more amalgamation of experiences to figure out some of those components of what works, which is, yeah, more.
But and I live in a neighborhood that's,
You're aggregating information to figure it out.
Tunnel committee, like for one.
And, oh, sorry, and then the other part of it would be. then
But then you're like,
what's-
we're already at.
then future additional unanticipated stress
Okay, but.
hits the system, then you can look back retrospectively and say, oh, well, we built this and those things were really resilient despite this new stress, right? But you kind of can't see that unless you do that retrospective. And it won't be ever one thing, it'll be the amalgamation of things, right? So you get it.
That's a very interesting point. I think that's something that is missing is the temporal dimension. Most projects understanding the situation at a particular point in time. And that's something that is working under those circumstances. And therefore we could exclude the communities without say things like that. Over time, they cannot adapt or no longer be able to
My neighbor. Oh, because
deal
some
with changing circumstances.
you go.
So, yeah.
3 years together.
And somebody mentioned institutions.
Very serious.
I think that the link between local and knowledge and local practices or institutionalized structures is important as well.
So this was, you get a cute fire.
Having the knowledge.
Yeah, and so-
cannot be implemented because the institutions were lacking. It's not.
Very cool, like. Classify the way.
I think it was called.
some
which focused on
aids,
some of
with
the
the able
the
to-
institutions were extremely important.
You know,
Or
like,
the
like,
yeah,
That was one thing. I agree.
What that does is
but we're all focused on
they
institutions
have
as well. And
hyper-local, spoke to all the right people, just did a media. And also.
Which does bring it back to your original point, which is local organizing, right?
And I don't know.
It's a tension, maintaining that tension between
Made
the
that.
local knowledge and that sort of accumulated knowledge of what has worked and what hasn't, and lots of.
And environment.
But also what we need is like,
They have those
are we,
eyes.
is it local compared to us?
And.
Or is it local compared to the larger country? where
That
that
does.
takes place?
Yeah.
Over and over.
On your point about what they.
However, with
I
that.
think it's really, probing question. Yeah, I think if you, a resilience lens, will give you one set of indicators, the environment is building. So it's kind of the overlay of the So one interesting example, and I don't think this is rocket science at all, in that meta study that I was talking about earlier, that Mackenzie Johnson did, where they reviewed 79 cases of post-conflict environmental peacebuilding, and they kind of triaged them to generally positive effects, generally mixed effects, generally negative effects, for broad kind of outcomes as they find it. The most robust pathways that they identified to positive effects were social inclusion, strengthening livelihoods, building capacity, including capacity for conflict resolution.
I think
Institutional settings, whether it's traditionally company-based or state-based, or whatever you have to navigate. There were sort of three or four things like that. They could be robustly associated with the more positive outcomes. If you did
better,
like go back to that water example, let's identify cases that have successfully transitioned to more resilient sorts of water things. They're not likely to have a set of indicators around livelihoods and including capacity for conflict resolution. They're gonna have a different sort of thing. I think
I don't wanna,
it's gotta be both in some sense, but then it's gotta be obviously.
but that's a typo. Yeah, I think that.
But I do think research, there's a lot of research that tells us what
How are the
some of those things are. The question is, how do we include them in resilient programs? Well, one question is how to include them in resilient programs.
that work?
Because I don't see most.
That's
Wrote a book about a small community of 2,000-year floods in 22 months, both of which generated fatalities, and it was a really interesting watershed master land resilience exercise in a community that had nothing but development capacity and civil society advantages, so on and so forth. I think I completely derailed on the conflict problems because of the events, because of the lack of capacity and effective conflict resolution, because of the pluralistic ways of knowing, some of which were privileged, all that sort of stuff that we're talking about. So there was this kind of master plan for resilience that checked all the boxes for sort of best practices through a resilience lens. But because it didn't involve this other dimension,
I don't know if you ever.
it wasn't possible.
I had a
Yeah.
Yeah,
To
no.
a resilience outcomes, kind of real.
Oh, yeah.
Real extreme solutions that are being privileged and a lot of attention and focus. So the trick, I think, is to
But it is funny, right?
find a way to get that.
What is
Well, someone I know wrote a book.
Well, it'll-
Be out next year.
Yeah, so
It sounds like.
Sure, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of.
She
people
has a
think
very
about
great
it,
idea.
and so on, but I think-
I thought it was so, but are you saying like for a research project, maybe like having, doing sort of like development set of indicators, how they work together. She needed, yes, that it just cut across for the environment.
So what I'm hearing from you is Mackenzie Johnson's article, to some degree, answers.
Oh, yeah. It is.
Even one caveat, that the cases are not even not well sampled, it's the street light effect that I was talking about earlier, they're all post-conflict. They emphasize certain regions over others, certain scales, it's gonna be very, very careful about that. That kind of.
And then it would be really interesting to. Because I know and of the.
Yeah, I just like to go in and get what I got them there. Yeah.
Oh.
Or maybe it's like, sorry.
Sure, yeah, but it.
But you start to tackle the imperfect problem, when you start to fill
I
the
taught a
gaps.
multi.
But it could also just be like, because the indicators are, I think it's like they're, yes, I can find out a lot about too, right? Especially if you're thinking about environmental indicators, you're so much just to do, natural resources are, super familiar. So could it be written as a nice and about how can you assess a situation to develop that set of indicators that you are going to use and to kind of process the like identify. A lot of Steve Works examples, data are organic. I'm not getting us further away.
You two have been very.
I
quiet.
know. Please,
What do you think?
I like listening. My background is in engineering, so my have conflict with my way of looking at this
That's good.
But, so I think that, you know, a few gaps that I see specifically in terms of communities. So we treat our communities as part of the resilience system for some events, but not necessarily for multiple events, right? And what we see today is a lot about that, you know, compound cascading. So we have cycles that, you know, flooding, cycle landslides, and later then, you know, you have wildfires, and then you have droughts that, you know, salvation years that, you know, we expect such a thing. So you might feel communities that, you know, to choose less vulnerable than what is wildfire, or that, you know, flaws, but not necessarily that you know, to other, but you cannot do that. And sometimes there are some that how you can, you know, understand and what, you know, how you can prepare such events, because that, you know, providing assets and empowering communities for to reach that, you know, that can be conflict, that, you know, what they need to handle, not necessarily that, you know, what they do in 10 years or that, you know, in 2 years, and what they need that, you know, to be less vulnerable to that, that's no wildfire. Not necessarily what they need that, you know, 2 years, 3 years, that they're gonna have a cycle of that, you know, drought. Right now, so how you can, you know, how we can look at this cycle of cascading as a sport community and make sure that, you know, what's going on, that, you know, not in conflict in terms of that, you know, the asset and investment. How we do it. So that's something, you know, I think that's in future, we probably need to think of it. And we are probably not ready today for that, because we think a lot about that. And one reason is so even when we measure that, you know, oh, here the risk of flood is high or low, and typically we measure that in isolation of other that matters that exist. So FEMA, for example, that you know, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the hazard risk index that's developed for years. So they consider, you know, this risk in isolation, and this recently included social vulnerability, and the social vulnerability is a simple social vulnerability that included in that, and that's what we are using as the even others that, you know, social vulnerability index that they're using. It's just considered, you know, ethnicity and a little bit of that, you know, age and I think this goes socioeconomic and demographic, but what is lacking about that is the built environment component, you know, what you mentioned about the capabilities, it's about the access that we have to these resources, and it's really missing component that, you know, to see if the community is really resilient or vulnerable, not vulnerable, that in some of this. And that's part of the environment on the law.
Well, so there are a number of stage of vulnerability and resilience in this system. And I don't think it can be they are actually wanting to be but I was wondering if having a look at the values, the methods that they use and they try countries so they want vulnerability or something would be some translated to the local. It does occur to me. Like for instance, I don't know if any of you has ever worked with something called the Notre Dame Global Adaptation Index, the State Resilience Index, and the Environmental Performance Index. They're all state level indicators, and we disaggregate data into two kinds of things that they can attention to, and a lot of them seem like these double these two to have a look at how they apply to the local as a way not to reinvent the wheel. Right, we're going to have to come up with indicators. There's already, you know, people who are already thinking about this at the
the country now. Thinking that an entire country is more or less resilient, doesn't tell us much more, very much about the individual people whose lived experiences in the place of but anyway, some indicators are really
Thinking about how to make better use of existing data and resources is always a good idea. That's just
It's always interesting to see. Apologies for the interruption, sorry, I know you guys are part of what, or like, yeah, 3 minutes to wrap it up. And have a volunteer.
Yeah,
from your
right,
group
so
who can give
Amazon
voice to
is
some of your ideas, not all of them
Sounds
necessarily,
like
but doing some reporting out
Farm.
so that everyone can hear what you.
No, it's
You
not.
know.
No, I didn't.
No,
It's actually very impressive. So I'm trying to
questions. Let's
tap
go.
into all the knowledge that is
I don't know
flowing.
how it works.
I tend to just repeat my own ideas. Summarize.
You touch everything.
I should not be allowed to summarize for the group.
Well, I can't
Because I'm
summarize.
unfair
Too much to
and I accept the criticism.
Lauren's the best facilitator.
Yeah, really. Well, it'll please you to know we are in a relatively moderate risk. So here in Washington,
And you can see that, you know, there is.
the components, yeah.
There are a lot of that, you know, complain about that.
Sorry.
The flood mapping, right? Like there's.
Tons of problems, that's the problem, I mean, that we need to. solve that.
Right, yeah.
That's the
I'll give
first
Lauren
thing
mine.
available right now, but for
No.
sure that, you know. For sure, there are a lot of that, you know, issues with that are addressed or something at the national level, so it is another problem.
Yeah.
I believe that all of us agree
Yeah.
that, you know,
A lot of
the data is cheaper, a lot of indices or a lot of that, you know, measures, but a lot of times they are not integrated.
Yes.
And so we had a few years ago when the California wildfire happened.
What is it? You really think someone else?
You might have.
Yeah, because they were created for a reason.
Yeah.
You know, in science, that
So
we
this
said
goes
that, you know, if we had something integrated that, you know, data management.
Calendar, whatever.
And we all agree, we had that.
I forget it was.
You know, avoid that, what happened now.
You didn't take that part.
But
So they
unfortunately,
take
you know,
forward
we don't, I mean,
on behalf of the
a
public.
lot. So you
And
think that,
say,
you know, we
no,
have at the
this-
council
and
level,
it
we
was
have
like
at
the
the country
reason
level,
they
state level. And here that, you
For
know,
the
we have at the census.
Right, like, you know, it's more regardless of stuff, the middle, and like, like nothing more than
Rural area where census boundaries are the deep or the English, you know, with the census, the boundaries are defined as the population. So when you're close that urban area, core centers, that people are more resilient, you have a fine data. But when you go into that, you know,
I think he was.
more.
I think it's we were looking for.
Data. You have
So they,
to-
what if, yeah. Right, but I don't think they.
Particularly those areas, that they are all.
That's delayed in the report.
Those are disadvantaged communities. Those are historically, disadvantaged ones, their communities, and they are, and we don't have that. in the
They were, didn't even know they were.
that
So there's a lot of layers.
And that's,
By the way,
that's a big
Peter
problem.
did not win that case.
For long term means that,
but
you know,
it-
how we collect all these data from the sources. and
So like the latest was
do
in
not have the good.
in 2018.
In
May 2018.
For a long time, we showed that, you know, when we have it, we help us a lot.
That's
Just qualities and other examples, right? I mean, that they put an effort to bring all these information. Again, at the census tract, right? While they have no source data, but again, at the census tract. It's a good tool right now that everyone is using to say that, you know, okay, so.
But that, I mean,
Are we
to raise this question,
all of
it was-
to everyone, when you're investing in anything, is that equality, are we reducing that efficiency gap or not? So now, just for the data that is redlining to.
I know, you definitely.
Disadvantage and all those can help us a little bit that, you know, when we take our next steps and researchers then use that, right? But when we don't have such information, we cannot. I mean, for years, our socioeconomic and demographic points was based on the data. The American.
why there are a lot of that, local data that for much to understand vulnerability of some society system. So I think that, this is at the governmental level that
Specific
they want to,
And then like they have an actual.
get together, then,
Yeah, like
collect
end of
this
the
data and information
this much.
and provide
And if
a
you.
solid data set so people can, can inform about their residents.
Who's summarizing?
So you don't want
I
to.
just, I'm just trying to go through
Yeah.
and highlight some of the things.
You don't, yeah, it's not to be all, I think maybe just sections that we focus on.
I think they were.
No, it's very instructional, don't worry. We have a lot of.
My motivational speaking bottle. I'm trying to get me to actually drink water. No, I'm not trying to bother us, like, I like to tell them, but no, that would be rewarding also. It is, but I have like a thing after this.
Okay. I know we plowed right through our break period, so if anyone needs to take a quick break, make it super quick. We're gonna get groups coming in real soon, right now.
You see it a lot. They have a sort of a page model. There's really
We have a volunteer from your group.
We do.
Yeah.
Lots of kindly volunteers.
Well, that's cool. I know it.
Yeah.
That works.
Things are pushing there.
Very good.
Yeah.
Softening.
I'm trying to pass my computer. I just.
So they code the case on as to whether they show evidence, positive evidence for each of these, no evidence for each of these, or unintended consequences for problematic evidence. And then they go through. Very good. So things, environmental outcomes. And then within that, they have. This was based, this is what fell out of the cases. These were the 5 big pathways, not mutually exclusive. And then within each of these, the cases would work with one or more. So there's specific elements.
Okay, do we have our spokesperson from group 1 here?
To how frequently tend to correlate with the positive. And, attention things kind of rose to the top as being recurrent themes.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I'll be interested to see what. Okay. Haggling over.
So I want
Well, I'm on the fence.
Let's jump into it. With the caveat that these are not all the themes. And also, with Ken reminding us that we voted with our feet and conflict sensitivity, apparently not that important. Of course, it's important.
Cross cutting.
But, and cross cutting, exactly. These were the 5 groups that we split into. So could we please have a volunteer reporter, 3 minutes each group, just to take us through some of the big points. And if you want to display it up here, we certainly can. And I can help facilitate that. But who is going to be speaking on behalf of group 1? Yeah. Would you like me to put it up? Or not? Sure. Okay.
Surround sound. Okay, so we had quite a deep conversation. I think I'll start with the priorities and then sort of back into there. So we were thinking about different lenses through which we might want to approach peace building through environmental issues, and one of that is thinking about identity-based approaches, but that's just one of a handful that came up. So, but that's something I think that needs to be maybe potentially explicit in the design of an approach. Urbanization in nature, so not forgetting that urban environments are also environments, and especially considering the accelerated growth of urbanization and predicted population density increases. Look at give more attention to potential conflicts between environmental goals and peace building goals. And an example that was given was environmental gentrification as a potential topic. And what was it, the green zone in
North and South Korea.
In North and South Korea that ended up, because it was mined and clearly abandoned, being this incredibly biodiverse strip of land. So, how the demining might actually work counter to potential environmental objectives. Clearly articulate multiple objectives that bridge environmental actors with peace builders. So thinking about like the different roles that people can play, building bridges across different sectors, and being clear about how people are relating to one another in like the constellation of actors that are doing implementation or implementing something. So we talked about, like, as an example, that the World Food Program is actually doing combining with Ukraine, which is something that might not seem immediately within their mandate, but actually makes loads of sense when you're thinking about the fact that they're clearing agricultural fields in order to plant crops to contribute to food security. And then being clear about the role of research in the broader spectrum. Something else that came up here too is researcher, as there's sort of this spectrum between like researcher and peace builder, and to what extent is the researcher also the peace builder, or and there's a big range there, and so the need to think very clearly and explicitly about that, and then give us lots of multidisciplinary funding.
That was great. Thank you for being succinct. That was awesome. Also, I think you probably already heard some overlap with work that other groups did. That's totally by design, totally okay as well. We'll figure out kind of what goes where kind of as we continue this process. But that was excellent. Let's hear now from group number 2, institutional cooperation for peace building. And if you'd like
to stand up though.
You don't need to stand up here. Would you like me to put?
You can if you want.
Okay, I will. I'll put your notes up.
I think the starting point for us was acknowledgement that institutions and institutional structures are often a central point in addressing environment and security issues and challenges, and often tend to be an entry point for these issues as well. And also the fact that there's been a long history of literature on how institutional agreements or arrangements can enable the cooperation instead of conflict, in particular in green fund. There were specific types of research that we believe that there remain to be a gap within this really broad and complex array of work. It's because institutions is a lot of things. We covered a lot of themes and issues like land, water, natural resources. So it's really, really complicated and complex. But I think the one that really spoke to us the most is probably
how is climate change problematizing or making more difficult the job of existing institutional arrangements? You know, how does this change institutions or missions or contribute to mission creep? What type of new arrangements or training is needed to cover this sort of gap or mission creep? We also identified a couple other issues that we think are important. So for Daniel, for one, he thinks we do more systematic analysis of local or hyper local interventions that may sidestep existing inadequate institutions. So his example was a partner they work with in northern Uganda that helps to settle land disputes outside of the court system, and it ends up being much faster than going through the court system. So people are then able, then there's now context, they're able to invest in their land in a way they would if they had to wait 2 years for that court system. We also are really interested in the ability to collect data and use data in a way that enables learning, and it's an extractive, in particular, when it comes to align or understanding more how different institutions working on peacebuilding may be aligned, or if they can compare and contrast the ways in which they work towards peacebuilding. So sort of the inner workings of institutions and how that they compare and contrast. Do they have lessons learned that can be extracted, or do they want to work together towards goals in a complementary way, or utilize resources better, each institution in a sort of comparative advantage, right?
Across scales.
Yeah. So there's a lot of things.
Very good.
It's complicated.
This is excellent. Thank you, Julie. You can see these layerings of themes and connections. That's fantastic. Let's see, group 3, resilience and response. Lester, you were voluntold, right?
Yeah, I kept trying to, I took the notes, I kept trying to pass them around, get somebody else to talk, and they wouldn't. So I'll stand up so it'll sound like I know what I'm talking about. This is impossible, 3 minutes, and I've already taken up one of them.
Yeah.
So what do we know? First of all, the Mackenzie-Johnson meta-study that Ken mentioned before, 79 cases. There were certain ways that were more robust, leading to resilience, social inclusion, strengthening livelihoods, building capacity. And we can learn from that. There's a lot of research on those indicators, but we have more to do, which leads to number 2, knowledge gaps. And we spent most of our time talking about that. We have a lot of gaps to talk about. One of the first ones is that local knowledge is not homogeneous. We want local knowledge, but it differs, and it's also related to power dynamics in the community. And there are a lot of unintentional consequences from what we do, and we have some good examples of that, which I would go into if we had 3 hours. Power dynamics are essential to know, but they're very difficult, and we learn how we can talk to a community about that and find indicators of power that actually reflect what's going on. And some great examples about that. I have them all in my notes there. You can digest later. And then finally, how do we prioritize? So I try to get somebody who's eloquent to speak. First of all, building on local capacity, and looking at the tension between local knowledge and experience versus this aggregation of what has worked in a lot of cases, like the McKinsey work. Paying more attention to success stories and bright spots, because we often look at what doesn't work. But then below those bright spots, what is actually working, and more time and attention on those kinds of things. And what are the key indicators of resilience around people in the space? We need to ask the social structure questions. How does it affect identities, authority structures, institutions, and so on? And then finally, what's the link between local knowledge and institutional structures?
Excellent, really good distillation. A lot of different themes and considerations. Thank you, group 3. Let's hear now, not from group 4, skipping over that to the best practices group 5.
So our group started off by reflecting on that influence our topic of best practices. And the first of that was to really think of this rather as evidence-based theories of change. And in doing that, we talked about AI, complications of it during the rise. that led to technology for monitoring and evaluation and implementation, and leading to the need for community-driven conversations that lead what we do. So then we decided to start asking questions, and we asked questions in terms of knowledge gaps and areas for improvement. The first being the issue of the vocabulary and translation for stakeholders and funders, and the terminology that we use as a stumbling block. We asked some questions about how we do what we do from the case studies. What are we learning? What are we missing? This led to a little bit further down, the issues of using only areas of change that actually work, and leaving out all of the experiments that fail and how valuable they could be in informing how we do what we do. We did touch on safety concerns in the field that came up throughout our conversation today, and the need for prioritization of this. And we talked about how to make sure that what we're doing is useful. And we came up with questions around tools, and this was because of the frustration over how tools die out with funding cycles. And how can we, when we're in, the area of sustainability, how can we make our practices more sustainable, given the short turnaround of funding cycles? So in future work, we were talking about how we can engage future leaders in a call like this. It came up that the area, this field has changed within the last 5 years. When we're talking about the next 10, 15, 20, what does that even really look like? And how can we ensure that we are setting goals that meet the needs of that future? Yeah.
Excellent, great, thank you. And last but certainly not least, group 6, the mighty. Started out with 2. I joined you for a little while. Let's hear from supporting peacemakers.
Hi, okay, so we definitely were small, but we did come up with a lot of thoughts. So kind of as a starting point, what we were grappling with is that this is inherently intersectional and still undersupported. So looking at who are the change makers in any given project in any given context, and how do we support them, and specifically relating this to environmental peacebuilding. So jumping into like our main conversation, we came up with more questions than answers, but I think that's probably a good thing. We were reflecting on how different pieces of conflict have had like environmental sources of resilience and resolution, and how can we better investigate those and share those insights as a means for promoting environmental peacebuilding within the broader peacebuilding community, and having those kind of insights integrated. And likewise, we talked about how do we enable and utilize scientific expertise in the peacemaking process. So kind of this knowledge exchange on both sides. So having those conflict skills for environmental folks and environmental skills for conflict folks, and how do we foster that kind of like cross-pollination of understanding and skills building. I think we talked about that with examples. And then kind of moving a little bit deeper, we wanted to understand the capacity needs that peace builders are going to need to be successful in any given grant period in organizations dealing at the local all the way to the international. So really harnessing essentially the need for needs assessments to better understand what are the unique contextual needs of any project that would allow change makers to be successful in putting in a proposal and filling the reporting needs all the way through achieving the goals of that project. We also talked about preemptively building capacity for people who will become peacemakers, and maybe we don't even know that yet. So we're talking about so many have mentioned like the rapidly changing context for climate change. So especially looking at youth as a critical mass who have been engaged in kind of movements what are the ways that we can support them as the next generation of decision makers who are already inserting their voices in projects all over the world. So kind of as some next steps, we were specifically talking about the Belmont Forum Hall. And how we could potentially have incentives for proposals that include mechanisms for supporting peacemakers through locally relevant needs mapping and assessment of environmental knowledge, as well as being able to include specific requests from people who are putting proposals for what they might be missing and what could strengthen the proposal. So not just discounting something because they don't have capacity to meet all reporting needs, but what are the ways that we could potentially fulfill, their ability to achieve that. And so I think that ties in with point 3. We came back to the topics that you guys brought up a lot of accessibility as well, and making sure that we're looking at people who might not have previously been involved in these conversations. Also continued exploration and reflection of funding organizations to understand gaps in existing grantees, who can access funding, what mechanisms are there to help small organizations meet required metrics. And then lastly, we talked about environmental education and integration of environmental awareness into peacebuilding education, with parent and school. How can we better do that? And also foster peer learning and communities of practice to further build those connections and spaces.
Okay, we're done. No, kidding. Right, so maybe we can spend just a couple minutes reflecting, sharing any thoughts that you have now that you've heard what colleagues have done. And as you're thinking about that, let me tell you what will be happening with the documents. The documents that we've worked on in all the sessions today will be cleaned up and synthesized and will form basically a readout report from the workshop. And there will be tensions, there will be disagreement, everything that's in the transcript essentially it will be there, but it will be able to then be shaped and give shape to the next step in the scoping process, right? The next round. So it's all very valuable, and you guys will continue to have access to the work that we've done. I've already asked Carl to share his slides, and I'm going to give those out later as well. But with that being said, and we'll talk more about next steps in a second, any reflections on what's here or what you've just heard? We want to make sure that we give voice to.
Thing that was brought up during our discussion about number 3 is that the way that is wording here is that resilience around the conflict or resilience around that that the hazards. So maybe that
I see. Yeah. We can clarify that for sure. Yeah.
I'm not sure if this came through already and maybe I missed it, but I was actually thinking of peacebuilding through environmental issues, but also is realizing particular related, but maybe not necessarily core aspects of peacebuilding changes. So maybe you're doing a peacebuilding initiative through like a water access, between two like agricultural pastoral groups, right? But at the same time, you can also create platforms for women's leadership, right? Communities, right? To realize other sort of attendant kinds of social change that might not be that core dimension of conflicts, intersectionality.
If I can add to it, I think what came again with this discussion with the perception of the donors, that it's very important if we apply an environmental peacebuilding, we really need to show clear, very specific interrelations between environment and conflict, not just tell that it's interrelated and maybe create a typology of such interrelations and typology of approaches to conflict. So it will be clear that we have multiple ways how environmental issues and conflict dynamics in community interrelated in a multiple ways, and this typology will help founders and community
to understand.
This just feels like it's heading in the direction of a call that really is more about applied research that is meant to guide implementation, which is fairly different from a lot of what the NSF, for example, does. And so I would love to see that kind of frame preserved, that this isn't just research to be published in academic journals, but as much as possible research that is meaningful from an academic standpoint, but really meant to guide practice. Because I really feel like we're missing that oftentimes, that it's easy for those communities to operate in somewhat isolated spaces. And so I hope that this, that the call ends up really focusing on that that guidance for implementation aspect.
Really glad you said that. I agree for sure. Other thoughts? Yeah.
To respond to that, I think by making it, I mean, a requirement is it has to be consistent. And so that transformation of policy just is sort of data. So I think it will be there. No, NSF is not a applied research institution, but it is only one of many, funders that we would talk with, and NSF has been a consistent supporter of the Belmont Forum. And so Maria colors outside the lines. She's really good about that. So the U.S. has been very well represented in these projects. We'll be talking to a range of potential partners. And so you might have within a single country a basic research funder and somebody who's more on the implementation or development aid or whatever. So, it'll just be about bringing them to the table, and when they write their hints, they'll clearly outline what it is they're interested in within this kind of mosaic. And that's the fun.
All right, well, looking at the time, we are getting into the final lap here. We've already done this, so let's get to the next thing. Sorry. Closing and next steps. Nicole or Erica, I don't know if you want to speak a little bit to this extemporaneously about next steps. As I said, we will be kind of fashioning a report from this workshop, and there is maybe Ben, you could speak to the Africa-focused virtual scoping event in January. But just to give everyone participating sort of a sense of where on the Belmont Forum process, what are the next steps?
So just at this point, we're in the scoping phase. So, and that's really going to depend on how all of these different conversations play out. We also need to identify the Belmont Forum member who's going to lead the call. So right now the conversation is being community led, which is good, but I need a member who's going to say, this is the one, like I am going to lead it as the sort of the funder who is going to herd the cats. And so that's still something that we're trying to sort of pin down, which will be on which the call will be dependent. So that there's that piece. And then I know that Erica can speak to some of the next events that are planned. She probably has them all in her head, whereas I know I have seen them, but my memory is not that good. So there's the Africa event that was mentioned a couple of times today, but there will be a few others. I think that we're planning on doing something around SRI. She says looking at Erica expectantly. Which will happen in Helsinki in this year. The goal is to have probably by next, are we aiming for June this year, or are you aiming for October this year? So now I think I should just hand over the mic to Erica, because she's the brains behind this operation.
It is a question, right? So the original plan was to do as much of what we would call this inclusive hybrid scoping, where we have both experts and funders in the room. At some point, we need to say, do we have enough to then move into the closed phase, where the member funder would be leading with other interested funders, a discussion about what actually, you know, will be in the call text and the implementation plan and all of those elements. Now, Carl has graciously offered that we could launch the call at the Hague during, you know, the international meeting. That is a bit challenging to do though, because we are working with potentially a lot of new funders that have never worked with Belmont Forum before, and the plenary, which has to give a pass on the call text, literally happens a week before the Hague. And
That's a super tight timeline. I would
So I
imagine
think
that would be
that's tough.
very challenging to actually accomplish.
But Carla said, wherever we are in the process, we have a stage at the Hague to talk about things. So it might be, it's coming and, you know, but we'll see. But, that's generally the process, you know, it's a very collaborative effort, and anyone who is interested in following forward, you have some options up there that I won't talk about, but, you know, we can let you know of other scopings. We'd love for any of your collaborators in other countries to be part of this. This week, there's an event in Oceania and Fiji, together with UNDP and IUCN offices. So we are really trying to canvas as many as we can and see if there isn't like a core here that we can, I call it the umbrella method. We want as many people under the umbrella as possible while it still makes sense and there's funding behind it. We're not going to put things in the call that don't have funding support. So that was, you know, part of the importance of understanding where there are priorities and where there are linkages with available funding. It may be really cool and we're very excited about it. Somebody puts funding on the table, we can't put ahead of it. So that's the general sausage making process. So June will be our next administrative checkpoint. We hope you come to Helsinki if you're interested for the SRA conference. Bless you. And maybe we'll see a page as well with them.
And just to, there is, if you're not on it, and I mean, this isn't the only way, there's a lot of people here who are very well connected to one another. But certainly what Erica mentioned about getting your international collaborators to participate as and when that's possible. So we're getting the voices everywhere. Because the goal here is to speak to create a call that everyone who is eligible for funding sees themselves reflected in it. We can't do that unless we hear all the voices. So if you, as the different scoping events become available, hopefully we'll be able to share that information very broadly. And we would definitely invite you to share it with those partners that you have on the ground. And when we use the word expert, we use it very broadly. So experts can be academics, but they can also be funders and stakeholders and policymakers and all those other people who have an interest and engagement in this process. So please continue to be part of the process.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Any more specifics about the Africa Focus virtual scoping event? Is that registration still open?
So we are going to open that very soon, and that is going to be much more virtual. And we just want to send the word out. If you know anybody, especially in the African context, policy, academic, I mean, name them natural, social, please let them know, bring them on board. And once everything is set, we will send it out and we can spread it. We want it to be more inclusive as we discussed today. We just don't want to leave anybody behind. And we want it to be much more collaborative as well.
Can I ask a question about that? And the answer may be no. But one of the things that we discovered as we did the scoping for the Africa Regional is that you lose a huge amount of the continent if you don't find ways to be inclusive of French-speaking Africa. And I mean, we could also argue that Portuguese-speaking Africa is also going to be very happy. But I'm just wondering if there is an opportunity to include interpreters. Button's not an interpreter.
She's not an interpreter for French, Arabic. We're working on that idea. Okay, yeah, but yeah, so if there's that would be something to think about, and if, I don't know if there's resources available, and if there's not, but there's still initiative, I'd be able to squeeze some money out of my budget. But it would, if there is people in those spaces who should be included, it would be good to have their voices present.
Jeremy, we can let our PhD students and partner students, we have a lot of students from Africa, from French-speaking countries. So we definitely can build on our Carter School ability. They're not translators, but for example, for other projects, we plan to have a parallel sessions, and it all will be conducted on French. Right. It will be so conducted in that, because it's very expensive to pay for like interpretation, but having two parallel sessions, one in English, one in French, then we can actually get, if like there is small amount of money, we can get our Carter School students who understand the field and understand specific language of the field and speak French.
Yeah, and that would be wonderful too. So, you know, we're very happy to find other ways of doing things.
Yeah,
it's just a matter of thinking
Yeah,
creatively.
please let us know, and we'll please go.
We're also engaged, Ben's already talked to Conversary, which is out of Senegal, and the African Service organization. So I mean, that we would love any and all support to
One other thing that it's good to return to now as we're wrapping up is the toolkit launch of the Environmental Peacebuilding Association's toolkit. And I've got it here. I think if you would like to register for the webinar, you can do so right there with that little QR code. I went a little nuts with the QR codes last night, you can tell. Here's the description. It is coming up on Thursday in 2 days' time from 9 to 10:30 Eastern. And if you can't make it, of course, you can go ahead and register for the webinar and still be on kind of the mailing list. And I believe you can go to the Environmental Impacts' website to actually access the toolkit after that time as well. That would be an important thing for all of us to do, I'm sure. Very useful. Go back time if I can. There we go. Carl had to jump off, but he did mention Environment and Security, the peer-reviewed journal of NPACS, and mentioned the possibility of publishing a kind of statement of principles or a statement of basically kind of like a white paper, but maybe not as extensive as that, but a statement of principles, a statement of findings, perhaps coming out of this workshop. So this would be in parallel to the kind of raw material that we've generated for the Belmont Forum process. It could be an opportunity perhaps for the Carter School or perhaps for the DC kind of network that we have here to sort of pronounce something about sort of the state of the field, where it needs to go, et cetera. And so if that's something that's interesting to you and you want to be involved, look out for an email from either me or Carl afterwards, basically sort of trying to wrangle a group that may be interested in putting together a white paper. And if it's all of us, great, right? And it certainly could be a thing where there's a kind of writing team or a working group that then creates a draft that we all show up in, since of course it's been a collective effort here today, right? Please be on the lookout for that as a concrete sort of manifestation of what we've done here today. Finally, I'd love to kind of open it up for anything that you'd like to bring to this community right now, of any initiatives, programs, events that you are working on in your own organization. If you'd like to share.
Maybe able to say, because I mean, many people might have heard me say it already. So now I realized I forgot to say it when I was talking. But environmental peace building in the form of sort of conflict resolution did come up very strongly in the Amazon and tropical forest call that we'll be launching this year. I think there's a June timeline on that one, but you know, those timelines are always a little bit fuzzy. But just in terms of funding opportunities that are coming up where this is an actual line item, and that may link into whatever future discussions we're having in this space. I think that's a bit of a watch this space, and for anyone who's working in that the tropical forest band of the world, which is fairly large. That'll be hopefully interesting.
Yep. Amazon, Central Africa, Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else? Who's going to COP?
Today.
Day. It's very great to see that peace is explicitly in COP. I didn't realize that, right? But that's an interesting space to watch as well. Yeah. All right, well, looking at the time, we're actually closing more or less exactly on time. Couple things as we're packing up. One, there's extra food if you want to take some home. It's right out there. Amber will be very happy. Two, we would like to take a photo of all participants, not in this room because it's a little not great, but we have a room like 30 meters away, I think. So maybe we can all go that way now and then move to either the food or what have you. And third and finally, thank you so much. Thank you to the Carter School. Thank you to Karina. Thank you to Erica. Thank you to Judith. Thank you to Carl. Thank you to Ben. Thank you to whom else?
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you all. And be on the lookout for more communications as we develop, you know, the various processes, the various threads that are going forward. But right now, let's go take a picture down the hall.
Eric's changing. Oh, Eric, yes. He would have to be involved.
Yeah, that's so true.
Yes, that is, you can remember, same here. Picture.
See,
We don't have, take a picture, it didn't happen.
enjoy the comments. Appreciate the comments here too.
Come take a picture with all the friends.
Cool, very good. If you ever want somebody to read through one, draft or something, I'm always happy to know what people are up to. Well, I'm not. No, all day, fall and spring. So I just finished my sabbatical now, and I'm continuing in spring. My wife is
I know.
Meaning bubbles are on your radar and checking. I'll let you know. I have a lot of flexibility, so it's gonna copy. Very fun. Past time. We did. Yes. Yes. Past time we did it anyway. Yeah. Yeah, likewise. Yeah, it'd be fun.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, I have a best of both. Right, so. Well, it's like. Yeah.
All right.
Are you here?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Not like we got here first.
I know, I was traveling yesterday and like, this is my first like day out there.
Yeah.
Conflict analysis and disciplinary. During my undergrad, I did a minor in constitution studies. So
Sorry,
right now I'm
no,
on the
worries.
stuff like.
No worries.
Peacebuilding dynamics, so not direct.
Well, see how
It all comes together, doesn't it? It's just really exciting. Professors in works, but they're not.
Ongoing
conversation.
Yes.
And like, yeah, so this is like my first time you have the opportunity of like in one room, so. I mean, beginning.
I'm so excited. I'm glad to meet you. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, perfect, yeah. I don't know if you saw my email about fellowship stuff.
I mean, if I have time, even the first one.
I don't remember if you responded, but it's this week and next week that I'm gonna try to finalize.
Okay, sorry, it's buried. I sent a note to our colleagues from Fellows office, because I was like, I should probably stop just sneaking this in.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And it shouldn't be a problem, but.
Let me know if they need anything more. And you and I talked about like making it even more tailored to a primary theme that CSB has.
Yeah, I think that I could probably come up with a handful of like, it'd be helpful to have something, yeah, okay, thank you. I'll talk to you
Yep,
soon.
thank you. Drive safely.
Okay, exactly.
Enjoy the Costa Rican embassy.
Oh, I know.
That's amazing.